Welcome to Audiobook Heritage. Today we present The Meditations of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius Antoninus by Marcus Aurelius. The Meditations of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. 1. Learned from my grandfather, Varus. Importance of good manners and the value of controlling my anger. 2. My father left me with a lasting example of modesty and courage. 3. From my mother. Learned piety and generosity, to guard myself not only from harmful actions, but also from negative thoughts, and to embrace a simplicity that is rare among the affluent. O my great-grandfather, a debt of gratitude for ensuring that did not attend public lectures and discussions, but instead had skilled and capable teachers at home. He also instilled in me the understanding that, when it comes to such matters, no expense is too great. 5. 6. O my great-grandfather, a debt of gratitude for ensuring that I did not attend public lectures and discussions, but instead had skilled and capable teachers at home. My tutor advised me not to take sides at the chariot races, whether for the green or blue factions, nor to favor either lightly or heavily armed gladiators in their contests. He also taught me to endure hard work, to be content with few possessions, to serve myself without relying on others, to avoid meddling in the affairs of others, and not to easily entertain slanders against them. From Diognetus, learned not to get caught up in trivial pursuits, not to believe the grand claims of those who promise to perform wonders or the sorcerers with their charms and exorcisms, not to keep quails for fighting or divination, nor to chase after such things. He encouraged me to allow freedom of speech for others and to wholeheartedly dedicate myself to philosophy. I'm also thank him for introducing me to Bacchius, then Tandasis, and Marcianus, then Marcianus, for inspiring me to write dialogues in my youth and for fostering my interest in the philosopher's palate and skins, along with the other elements associated with this discipline, according to Greek tradition. To Rusticus, I've also thank him for introducing me to Bacchius, Tandasis, and Marcianus, for inspiring me to write dialogues in my youth and for fostering my interest in the philosopher's palate and skins. To Rusticus, I also thank him for introducing me to Bacchius, then Tandasis, and Marcianus, for inspiring me to write dialogues in my youth and for fostering my interest in the philosopher's palate and skins. To Rusticus, I've also thank him for introducing me to Bacchius and Marcianus, for inspiring me to write dialogues in my youth and for fostering my interest in the philosopher's palate and skins. To Rusticus, I've also thank him for introducing me to Bacchius and Marcianus, for inspiring me to write dialogues in my youth and for fostering my interest in the philosopher's palate and skins. To Rusticus, I've also thank him for introducing me to Bacchius. Oh, my initial realization that my nature required reform and healing. He helped me avoid the ambition common among sophists, steering me away from writing speculative texts or delivering grandiose public speeches. I learned not to seek admiration through ostentatious displays of patience in an ascetic life or through excessive activity and diligence. I gave up the study of rhetoric, poetry, and the embellishments of language, and refrained from wandering my house in my senatorial robes or engaging in any similar pretension. I also noted the simplicity of style in his letters, especially one he sent to my mother from Sinuessa. From him, I learned to be easily appeased and ready to reconcile with those who had offended me, as soon as they showed a willingness to mend things. He taught me to read carefully, to avoid settling for superficial knowledge, not to hastily agree with those who are overly verbose. Oh, my introduction to the teachings of Epictetus to him. Oh, my introduction to the teachings of Epictetus to him, as he generously provided me with texts from his own collection. From Apollonius, saw, idea, and true freedom, and the importance of perseverance. he taught me to focus solely on reason, regardless of the circumstances, remaining steadfast in the face of pain, the loss of children, or prolonged illness. He exemplified how a single individual can, at times, embody both gentleness and resoluteness. His patience in explaining concepts was remarkable. Unquote, and it was clear that he valued his impressive ability to teach the principles of philosophy as one of his lesser attributes. Learned from him how to graciously accept favors from friends without feeling diminished by the giver or indifferent to the gift. Sextus served as my model of a kind disposition, and his family represented a household founded on genuine paternal love and a committed effort to live in harmony with nature. Here, unquote, and it was clear that he valued his impressive ability to teach the principles of philosophy as one of his lesser attributes. Learned to maintain a serious demeanor without pretentiousness, and to keenly observe the various dispositions and inclinations of my friends, and to tolerate those who are ignorant or who accept popular opinions without questioning them. His conversations illustrated how a man could adapt himself to everyone and fit in with any group. While being in his company was far sweeter and more gratifying than any form of flattery, he was simultaneously held in high esteem and respect. No one was ever happier than he was when it came to understanding, discovering, and systematically arranging the essential principles for living a good life. His example taught me to suppress even the slightest hint of anger or any other passion, while still maintaining a gentle and affectionate heart. He showed me how to commend others quietly, to possess deep knowledge without boasting, and to embrace learning with humility. Learned from Alexander the grammarian to avoid criticizing others, to refrain from mocking them for a misstep in language, a solecism, or any incorrect pronunciation. Instead, was to skillfully articulate the words correctly in my responses, limiting my approval or objection to the substance of the matter and steering clear of discussing the manner of expression, or, if necessary, to offer some other form of polite suggestion. Fronto made me aware of the abundance of envy, deceit, and hypocrisy that surrounds those in power, and that those we often consider noble by birth may possess less natural affection than one would expect. From Alexander the Platonist, learned not to frequently declare, or to write in letters, that am not available, nor to use urgent matters as an excuse to neglect the responsibilities we owe to those around us, according to the various bonds we share. From Catullus, learned not to condemn any friend's objections, even when they might seem unjust. Instead, should strive to guide them back to their previous mindset, must never hold back in praising my teachers, much like the stories about Domitius and Athenodorus. Above all, I discovered the importance of loving my children with genuine affection. From Severus, my brother, I learned the value of family, the importance of truth, and the pursuit of justice. Through him, I was introduced to great thinkers like Thrasea, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, and Brutus. He opened my eyes to the concept of a commonwealth grounded in fair laws and equality for all. Furthermore, he illustrated the ideal of a monarchy dedicated to ensuring the freedom of its citizens. From him, I also learned the significance of a consistent and harmonious commitment to philosophy. He encouraged a readiness to do good and to give generously from the heart. He instilled in me a sense of hope and trust in the love of my friends. Noticed in him a candidness in expressing his disdain for the actions of others. His behavior was so frank and open that his friends could easily discern his likes and dislikes without the need for speculation. The teachings of Maximus guided me to exercise self-control, to think clearly, to maintain courage in times of illness and adversity, to be moderate and gentle, yet serious in demeanor, and to carry out my responsibilities without complaint. Everyone believed he expressed his true thoughts. His actions were always understood to be motivated by good intentions. Never witnessed him being surprised or astonished by anything. He was never in a rush, never shied away from his goals, and was never at a loss or downhearted. He was not one to smile easily, yet he also lacked passion or suspicion. He was always prepared to do good, to forgive, and to speak the truth, giving off an air of unblemished integrity rather than one of reformed character. No man could ever believe himself to be despised by Maximus, and none dared to consider themselves his superior. He also had a wonderful sense of humor. Learned from my father the importance of gentleness and unwavering consistency in judgments made after careful thought, not to be swayed by the glory that men often pursue, to be diligent and hardworking. He taught me to always listen attentively to anyone who had something to contribute for the common good, to administer impartial justice to all, to discern when to apply severity and when to show mercy, to refrain from all impure desires, and to treat every person with humanity. Consequently, he allowed his friends the freedom to join him for dinner or not, to accompany him or not, according to their own wishes, and he remained the same man whether or not urgent matters had kept them from following his requests. From him, I learned the value of accuracy and patience in deliberation, for he never left a discussion satisfied with mere first impressions. Observed his commitment to keeping his friends close without being fickle or overly sentimental, his ability to find contentment in any circumstance, his cheerful disposition, his foresight regarding distant events, his subtle attention to the smallest details, and his ability to hold back from seeking public praise and flattery, and always attentive to the needs of the empire and serving as a careful steward of public finances, he remained tolerant of others' criticism in these matters. He was neither a superstitious worshipper of the gods, nor someone who sought to please men out of ambition, nor was he concerned with popularity. In all things, he was sober and steadfast, well-versed in what was honorable, and never one to chase after novelties. In regarding the comforts of life, which fortune can often bestow in abundance, he enjoyed them without arrogance, embracing them freely when they were available, and feeling no lack when they were not present. No one could ever label him a sophist, a jester, or a pedant. He was a man of deep experience, a well-rounded individual who was impervious to flattery and capable of governing himself just as effectively as he did others. Noted that he honored all who truly embodied the spirit of philosophy, never criticizing the rest, nor allowing himself to be swayed by them. His demeanor was relaxed, and his conversation was pleasing yet not overly sweet. He maintained a regular but moderate care of his body which made him unlike anything else, neither overly fond of life or personal embellishments. He rarely required skills nor ointments or tonics, whether ointments or tonics. It was a point of pride for him to recognize without envy anyone who possessed a particular skill, be it eloquence or knowledge of the law, ancient traditions, or similar areas, and he actively supported such individuals, ensuring that each one was acknowledged and valued for their unique talents. He adhered closely to the age-old traditions of his ancestors and naturally upheld the customs of his homeland without any hint of pretense. He was neither fickle nor capricious, and he held a strong aversion to changing locations or jobs. After enduring intense headaches, he would consistently return to his usual pursuits, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He kept few secrets, and those he did have were rarely shared and only pertained to public matters. In the way he entertained the people, managed public works, and distributed gifts, he demonstrated discretion and moderation, acting with an eye solely on what was right and appropriate, without regard for the reputation that might follow. He never bathed at inappropriate times, showed no vanity in his buildings, showed no vanity in his food or the style and color of his clothing, as well as the appearance of his servants. His garments were mostly made from Lanuvian wool and came from Lorium, his coastal villa. It is well remembered how he dealt with the tax collector at Tusculum, mostly, who sought his forgiveness, and his actions were consistently in line with this demeanor. He was far from being inhumane, unyielding, or violent. He never approached anything with such eagerness that one could say he was working up a sweat over it. In all matters, he reasoned clearly, as if he had all the time in the world, calmly, routinely, resolutely, and consistently. One could fairly apply to him what has been said of Socrates. He could both abstain from and savor those things that often expose many to weakness, and, in possessing them, lead to excess. To be strong in abstaining and temperate in enjoyment, to be level-headed in both, these are the attributes of a man with a perfect and unyielding spirit. As demonstrated during the illness of Maximus, owe it to the gods that had good grandfathers and parents, a good sister, a good teachers, excellent teachers, capable servants, worthy kin, and true friends, nearly all of them. Am grateful that never, out of haste and impulsiveness, offended any of them, though my temperament might have led me to do so had circumstances allowed. Am grateful that, through their kindness, was never faced with circumstances that revealed my weaknesses. Also appreciate that was not raised for too long in the company of my grandfather's concubine, which helped me maintain my modesty, and kept me from indulging in the pleasures of love longer than necessary, owe it to the gods that was governed by a prince and father who stripped away any vain glories from my life, showing me that it is indeed possible for a prince to exist in a court without the need for guards, opulent robes, torches, statues, or displays of grandeur. He demonstrated that one could lower oneself to the status of a private citizen and still manage public responsibilities with competence and authority, am thankful to the gods for blessing me with a brother whose nature encouraged me to take care of myself while also bringing me joy through his respect and love. Am grateful that my children were neither lacking in good natural qualities nor physically deformed, owe their proper upbringing to the fact that did not delve too deeply into rhetoric and poetry, nor other pursuits that might have captivated my attention had found success in them, thanks to the grace of the gods, anticipated the desires of those who raised me and elevated them to the positions they seemed to covet, rather than delaying their hopes for a future time when they might be older, am thankful to the gods for having known Apollonius, Rusticus, and Maximus, for having the opportunity to reflect deeply and question what it truly means to live in accordance with nature, And as far as the gods are willing to provide guidance, assistance, or inspiration, have already begun to embody that way of life, have fallen short of my ideals through my own faults, failing to heed the quiet promptings and almost direct guidance of the gods, to whom give thanks for allowing my body to endure the strains of the life I lived for so long. By their grace, never had to face either Benedicta or Theodotus, and later, when succumbed to some foolish passions, recovered swiftly. I'm grateful that, despite often being displeased with Rusticus, never acted in a way that would later regret. I'm thankful that, although my mother was destined to die young, she was able to spend her final years with me. Am also thankful that whenever felt compelled to help those who were poor or in distress, was never met with the excuse that there wasn't enough money available to assist them, and that, myself, never found it necessary to seek such aid from anyone else. I must also express my gratitude for having such a wife, so obedient, so loving, and so genuine. I'm thankful that had the opportunity to choose capable men to whom could entrust the education of my children. I've received divine guidance in my dreams, particularly regarding how to remedy my blood spitting and to cure my vertigo. A fortunate resolution that occurred while was in Qaeda. The gods watched over me as first turned to philosophy. Did not fall into the hands of any sophist, nor did I lose myself in countless volumes, nor dedicate my time to solving syllogisms or indulging in astrological pursuits. For all of these favorable outcomes, not instances of great need of both fortune's support and the aid of the gods. In the territory of the Quadi, at the Granua. End of the first book. Book 2. 1. Remind yourself of this each morning. Today, we'll encounter meddlesome people, ungrateful, the insolent, the cunning, the envious, and the selfish. All these vices have overwhelmed them because they do not understand what is good and what is evil, but have contemplated the essence of goodness and found it beautiful. Ungrateful, the insolent, the envious, and the selfish. Also recognize the nature of the wrongdoer and realize that he is my brother, not because we share the same blood or lineage, but because we share the same mind and the same fragment of eternity. Therefore, and cannot be harmed by any of these individuals, as none can draw me into any degradation. Cannot feel anger towards my brother, nor can distance myself from him. For we are inherently designed for mutual support. Just like our feet, our hands, our eyelids, and our upper and lower teeth, it goes against our nature for people to oppose one another. And what is anger and aversion, if not a rebellion against this very nature? All that am consists of flesh, breath, or the rational part. Set aside your books. Stop distracting yourself, for you do not have the right to do so. As one approaches the brink of death, one learns to scorn this flesh, this corruptible body of bone and blood, this intricate web of nerves, veins, and arteries. Reflect also on what breath truly is, just mere air, constantly changing, expelled and inhaled with each passing moment. The third aspect is the rational soul. Now that you are older, pay close attention to it. Ensure it no longer serves as a puppet, dragged about by every selfish impulse. Do not lament what fate has sent your way, nor fear what may come in the future. Whatever the gods decree is permeated with wisdom. The workings of chance are not separate from nature. They are intricately woven into the very fabric of providence. Providence is the foundation of all things. Additionally, necessity and the utility of the universe, of which you are a part, play crucial roles. For in every part of existence, that which arises from the nature of the whole and contributes to its preservation is truly good. Now, the order of nature is maintained through the transformations of elements, much like the changes in compounds. Let this be enough for you, and let your beliefs remain steadfast. Set aside your thirst for books, so that you may not depart this life grumbling, but instead, humbly and with genuine gratitude to the gods. Reflect on your prolonged procrastination and the many chances the gods have bestowed upon you that you have ignored. Surely, it's time to comprehend the universe of which you are a part, and to recognize the ruler of that universe, from whom you emanate. Understand that a limit is placed on your days. If you do not use this time for your enlightenment, it will slip away, as you will, and never return. Therefore, hour after hour, earnestly strive, both as a Roman and as a human being, to carry out your responsibilities with perfect, unaffected dignity, kindness, freedom, and justice. Free your soul from every distraction. You will achieve this if you approach each action as if it were your last, without stubbornness, or any intense aversion to what reason approves, without hypocrisy, selfishness, or discontent with the will of providence. You see that there are few things essential to master in order for a man to live a gracious, God-fearing life. For those who adhere to these principles, the gods demand no more. So, push forward, my soul, and confront the dishonor you bring upon yourself. The remaining time to honor yourself is limited. Life is brief for every individual. and yours is nearly spent not in self-respect, but in pursuit of happiness through the souls of others. External worries distract you. Take time, then, to add something worthwhile to your knowledge. Cease your indecision and avoid the opposite mistake. For even those who merely fritter away their time exhaust themselves in life without a clear purpose to which they can consistently direct their every desire and plan. Seldom do we find anyone unhappy simply because they haven't delved into the thoughts of others. However, but those who fail to truly explore the stirrings of their own souls inevitably find themselves in a state of discontent. Always remember the nature of the universe, your own nature, and how these two are intertwined. Reflect on how your qualities contribute to the greater whole, and understand that no one can prevent you from speaking and acting in harmony with the essence of who you are. When comparing different offenses, as is often done in a general sense, Theophrastus highlights a significant philosophical distinction. Crimes committed from a pursuit of pleasure are more grievous than those arising from passion. Person driven by passion is clearly overtaken by some sudden spasm, losing touch with reason. In contrast, one who sins for the sake of desire is subdued by pleasure, revealing a weakness and a certain softness in their vice. Justly then, and in a truly philosophical spirit, he posits that sinning for the sake of pleasure is more wicked than sinning due to pain. The latter sinner is one who has been wronged, driven to passion by their grievances. In contrast, one who sins with their own desires, led astray by their own desires. With this in mind, consider every action, every word, every thought, with the understanding that your days may come to an end at any moment. Leaving this world is not to be feared. If there are indeed gods, they would bring no harm upon you. Yet, if there are no gods, or if they remain indifferent to human matters, why should one wish to live in a realm devoid of divine presence and providence? But there are certainly gods, and they undoubtedly care about human affairs. They have empowered mankind to avoid what is truly evil. If there were any other detrimental things, they would have ensured that humanity could entirely steer clear of them. For how can something that does not corrupt a man's character make his life worse? The governing force of nature could not, in ignorance or through inability, have failed to prevent or correct these things. It could not allow us to be so utterly forsaken that, either from a lack of power or lack of skill, good and evil would randomly befall both the virtuous and the wicked. Death and life, glory and disgrace, pain and pleasure, wealth and poverty, all these experiences are shared by both the good and the bad. However, some end, since they are neither honorable nor shameful, they're consequently neither good nor evil. It is our rational mind's role to recognize how quickly all things fade away, how physical forms are absorbed into the material world, and their memories lost in the tide of time. Such are the things of the senses, and particularly those that ensnare us with pleasure or frighten us with pain, or those items that vanity boasts about in our ears. How insignificant, how contemptible, how trivial, how transient, how lifeless they truly are. What voices and opinions grant us renown? What does it truly mean to die? Your mind can reveal the answer. If a person were to contemplate it alone and, day, through careful reflection, strip away its horrifying trappings, day would come to see it merely as a natural occurrence. To fear what is essentially a part of nature is a mindset rooted in childishness. Indeed, not only is this part of nature's design, but it also serves her purpose. Your reason informs you of how humanity connects with the divine, through which means they reach him, and what that state of connection entails once attained. As the poet says, There is nothing more miserable than to wander through all things, delving into the depths of the earth, while trying to unravel the mysteries of those around us, yet failing to recognize that it is enough for a person to turn inward to the divinity within and offer it sincere worship. This worship consists of maintaining that inner divinity, ensuring it remains untouched by passion or folly, and refraining from lamenting the actions of gods or men. The work of the gods deserves reverence for its inherent excellence. The works of men should be cherished for the sake of our shared humanity, or, at times, they should elicit our pity, or, as we must recognize their ignorance of good and evil. This deficiency renders men as severely impaired as their inability to distinguish between white and black. Even if you were to live for 3,000 years or countless myriads, remember that no one loses any life other than the one they are currently living, nor do they live any life other than the one they are in the process of losing. The longest and shortest lives ultimately yield the same outcome. The present moment is uniform for all, making their loss equal. What they forfeit in death is merely a fleeting instant of time. No one can lose the past or the future, for how can one be deprived of what they do not possess? Thus, it is important to remember two things. First, no one loses any life other than the one they are currently living. Therefore, it is of little significance whether a person contemplates these same matters for 100 years, 200, or 100,000 years in the future. Secondly, first, it is important to remember two things. First, it is crucial to understand that all things occur in cycles and remain unchanged throughout eternity. Therefore, no one can lose the past or the future. Secondly, we then adequately forgive personal past and future. End of 5. And everyone is damned to speak unconsequence only. It is essential to recognize that the longest life and the shortest life ultimately experience an equal loss in death. The present moment is all that either person is deprived of. No one can be stripped of what they do not have. Beyond mere opinion, there exists nothing. The objections to this statement by Monimus the Cynic are quite apparent. However, the value of his words is equally clear, provided one approaches his jest with an understanding rooted in truth. The human soul dishonors itself, first and foremost, when it strives to become a mere growth, an abscess on the universe. To resist any given event is to rebel against the overarching law of nature. However, the value of his words is equally clear, which governs the order of all occurrences. Once again, it brings dishonor to the soul when it harbors aversion toward any individual, opposing them with the intent to cause harm, as angry men often do. Thirdly, the soul affronts itself when it is overcome by pleasure or pain. Fourthly, it compromises itself when it acts or speaks hypocritically, insincerely, or falsely. And fifthly, when it fails to direct all its desires and actions toward a proper objective, instead expending them thoughtlessly and without understanding. Even the smallest matters should be aligned with a greater purpose, and the ultimate goal of rational beings is to adhere to the order and laws of the noble state and governance that encompasses all. The span of human life is but a fleeting moment. Our substance is temporary, our senses dull, and the structure of our bodies is destined to decay. The soul, too, is like a whirlpool. We cannot depend on fortune, nor can we rely on fame. In the end, the life of the body is merely a river, while the life of the soul resembles a hazy dream. Existence is a battle, a journey through foreign lands, and the ultimate fate of fame is to be forgotten. What, then, can truly guide us? Only one thing, and that is philosophy. This philosophy is the practice of safeguarding the divine spark within us, keeping it pure and whole, mastering both pain and pleasure, free from recklessness, free from deceit, free from pretense. That's it. unaffected by the actions of others or their failures, accepting our fate and fortune, which both spring from the same source as ourselves, and, above all, facing death with calmness, viewing it merely as the dissolution of the elements from which all beings are formed. And if no harm comes to these elements through their continual transformations, that's it. Why should we fear any harm in the overall change and dissolution of existence? It is a natural occurrence, and nothing born of nature can be evil. At Carnuntum. End of the second book. Book 3. 1. Man must recognize that each day, a part of his life slips away, and that with each passing moment, less remains to him. Even if he lives longer, the uncertainty looms over whether his mind will continue to function as it has in the past, and grasping the knowledge needed to understand both human and divine matters. When the onset of old age occurs, the basics, breath, nourishment, and impulse will still be present. However, self-discipline may not only be accurate judgment of duty, the ability to scrutinize sensory experiences, or even the capacity to decide when to depart, these vital skills, which require a well-trained mind, may fade away. Therefore, let him be proactive, not only because death draws nearer with each day, but also because understanding and intelligence can often abandon us long before our actual passing. Number 2. Take note of the grace and charm that can be found even in the accidents that accompany nature's creations. Some parts of a loaf may crack and burst during baking. This cracking, while contrary to the baker's intent, creates an appealing appearance that whets the appetite. Similarly, number 4, note the grace and charm that can be found even in the accidents that accompany nature's creations. 6. Figs split open when they are ripe, and the slight decay of ripe olives adds a unique beauty to the fruit. The drooping ears of corn, the furrowed brows of a lion, and the froth at a boar's mouth may not be inherently attractive, yet they enhance the splendor of nature's creations and bring joy to the observer. Thus, if a person is attuned to such details and possesses a heightened sensitivity to the essence of the whole, little in nature will fail to bring him pleasure as he begins to grasp it. Person like this can appreciate the fierce jaws of wild beasts in the real world with as much delight as when sculptors or painters present their interpretations to him. With equal pleasure, his discerning eyes will appreciate the maturity and grace of old age in both men and women, alongside the alluring charms of youth. Many such things will capture his attention, details that may seem unbelievable to most, yet are revealed only to those who are truly attuned to the workings of nature and are close to her very essence. Consider Hippocrates, who healed countless ailments, ultimately succumbed to illness himself and passed away. The Chaldeans predicted the fateful hours of many, yet in the end, destiny took them as well. Great leaders like Alexander, Pompey, and Gaius Caesar, who often laid waste to entire cities and decimated vast armies, eventually departed from this life themselves. Heraclitus, after extensively contemplating the world's destruction by fire, met his end swollen from water and covered in cow dung. Vermin led to the downfall of Democritus. Socrates faced his demise at the hands of a different kind of vermin. What does all of this signify? You have set sail, completed your journey, and arrived in safe harbor. Now, disembark. If there is another life, then surely God will be there. If we drift into nothingness, into what? At least you will be free from the burdens of pain and pleasure, free from your servitude to this vessel, which is far lesser than its master. For the soul embodies intelligence and divinity, while the body is merely dust and decay. Do not waste the remainder of your life pondering the actions of others, especially when such thoughts serve no greater good. When you find yourself preoccupied with what someone else is doing or why, make a list of priorities or caught up in their words, thoughts, or schemes. Remember, you're neglecting more important matters, These distractions only divert you from the vigilant care of your own soul. Therefore, in every thought you entertain, when, steer clear of anything aimless or trivial, when, and above all, when, avoid anything meddlesome or harmful. Train yourself to think in such a way that if someone were to ask you unexpectedly, "What are you thinking right now?" you could respond honestly and immediately. When, "I'm thinking about this or that." This will reveal your simplicity and kindness, qualities befitting a social being who is not preoccupied with seeking enjoyment or chasing after fleeting pleasures. When, who rejects arguments, envy, suspicion, or any passion that might cause you shame to acknowledge. For a person who has resolved to strive for the highest ideals is, in essence, when, a priest and minister of the divine. When, harnessing the inner spirit that keeps one untainted by indulgence. When, untouched by pain. When, impervious to insult. When, and innocent of wrongdoing. When, he is a champion in the most noble of all battles, the battle to conquer every unhealthy passion. When, he embodies justice and embraces wholeheartedly whatever fate has in store. When, or whatever is decreed by providence. He does not often concern himself, or ever without a pressing public need, and with what others may say, do, or design, was solely on his own actions, and always aware of his role in the grand tapestry of the universe. He conducts himself thoughtfully, focused solely on his own actions, and always aware of his role in the grand tapestry of the universe. He conducts himself thoughtfully, convinced that his part is a good one. He remembers that all rational beings are connected and that the love for all humanity is intrinsic to our nature. He understands that we should not think as all men think, soalier, but only as those whose lives align with nature. Regarding those who live differently, soalier, he keeps in mind how they behave in their homes and in public, by day and by night and by night, and with whom they choose to associate. Consequently, he cannot value the praise of such individuals, for they do not truly enjoy their own approval. In action, be neither resentful, nor selfish, nor ill-considered, nor forced. Let not your thoughts be overly ornate or fussy. Avoid being a gossip or a meddler. Let the divine spirit within guide you as a true man, like a wise elder, a statesman, a Roman, and a ruler ready and composed. Soalier, that as one who anticipates the call of life, standing in order and requiring neither an oath nor the validation of others. And above all, be cheerful and self-sufficient, independent of the aid and peace that come from those around you. For it is a man's responsibility to stand tall, self-reliant, not reliant on others. Soalier, Warweight. If, in the experience of life, it discover anything greater than justice, truth, moderation, and manliness. Indeed, if you find anything better that offers greater satisfaction to your soul than adhering to right reason and accepting fate in what lies beyond your control, if, say, you find anything better than this, then turn to it with all your heart and embrace it as the finest that life has to offer. But if you find nothing more valuable than the divine presence within you, which has mastered all your impulses and carefully examines all your thoughts, that, as Socrates said, indeed, if you find nothing more valuable than the divine presence within you, has freed itself from the desires of the senses and devoted itself to God and the love of humanity, if you see every other pursuit as trivial and insignificant in comparison to this, then make sure you allow nothing else to take precedence or divert your attention from nurturing the good that is uniquely and rightfully yours. It is not permissible for us to replace what is truly good, whether in reason or in fact, with anything that does not align with it. The praise of the masses, power, wealth, or the chase after pleasure, while these may seem appealing for a time, they ultimately gain control and lead us astray. Therefore, urge you to choose the best for yourself with sincerity and purpose, and remain steadfast in that choice. The best is what serves your true interest. If you now choose what is beneficial for your spirit, hold on to it firmly. If it is for your physical well-being, acknowledge that choice and embrace it with humility. Just ensure that you maintain a clear distinction between the two. Never value anything that requires you to compromise your integrity or dishonor yourself. Do not harbor hatred, suspicion, or contempt for others. Avoid playing a role or fixating on anything that requires concealment behind walls or curtains. He who prioritizes the soul, the divine essence within, and the sacred practice of its virtues, neither groans tragically nor makes grand gestures. He needs neither solitude nor an audience. Above all, he lives without seeking or fearing death. Whether the soul inhabits its earthly vessel for a longer or shorter period is inconsequential to him. Were he to depart this very moment, he would do so as readily as he would engage in any other fitting and appropriate action, holding only one thing in lifelong avoidance: to seek his soul in any circumstance unworthy of an intelligent social being. In the soul of a chastened and purified man, you would find nothing putrid, foul, or festering. Fate does not cut off his life before its rightful conclusion. Much like an actor who exits the stage before his role is complete, or before reaching his designated departure, there remains nothing servile or affected, nothing overly conventional or excessively secluded, nothing that fears censure or seeks concealment. Honor the faculty that shapes opinions. It is solely through this faculty that no opinion your soul entertains can be inconsistent with the nature and essence of a rational being. It ensures that we make no hasty judgments, that we are kind to others, and obedient to the divine. Therefore, cast away all other things, retaining only these few. Remember that every individual lives only in this present moment, which is but a fleeting instant. The rest of time is either spent or entirely unknown. The length of time each of us has to live is short, and the space we occupy on this earth is minuscule. Even the most enduring fame after death is brief, maintained only through a line of ordinary souls, each destined to perish themselves. Individuals who remain unaware of their own existence, let alone those who passed long ago. Ease reflections. Add another. Strive to accurately define or describe everything that captures your imagination. This will allow you to see and distinguish its true essence from its entirety. Take the time to articulate the proper name of the thing itself, as well as the names of the parts it comprises and into which it will ultimately dissolve. Nothing expands the mind quite like the power to question everything that life presents. As you examine these things, consider the nature of the universe itself and the role these elements play within it. Reflect on their significance to the whole and what they mean to humanity, which is a citizen of that grand city of existence, where all other cities are merely households. Ponder upon the thing that currently captures your attention. What is it made of? And how long will it last? Also, think about the virtue it embodies. Does it invoke gentleness, courage, truthfulness, fidelity, simplicity, independence, or something else entirely? For each event, acknowledge, this comes from God, or this arises from the intricate web of fate or from the randomness of circumstance. Or perhaps, this stems from a member of my own community, from a relative, from a friend. He is indeed unaware of what aligns with nature. However, I am not, and thus will treat him kindly and justly, in accordance with natural and social laws. Regarding indifferent matters, make an effort to assess them at their true value. If you carry out your current duties with unwavering dedication and enthusiasm, yet with kindness in alignment with the laws of reason. If you seek no personal gain, but maintain the purity of your immortal self as if you were accountable for returning it immediately to its source. If you hold on to this perspective without unnecessary desires or aversions, and find contentment in the natural fulfillment of your responsibilities, along with the genuine honesty in all your words and actions, you will live well. In this, no one can prevent you. Just as surgeons always have their tools ready for sudden demands of their craft, so too should you be prepared with the principles necessary for understanding both divine and human matters, conducting all actions, even the smallest, with awareness of the connection between the two. For in neglecting this, you will miss your duty to both the divine and humanity. Cease your wandering, for you will not have the chance to revisit your own memories, nor the actions of the ancient Greeks and Romans, or those compilations of others' writings that you set aside for your later years. So hurry towards your true purpose, cast aside empty hopes, and if you care for your own well-being, seek your own refuge while you still can. People often fail to grasp all that is implied by words like to steal, to sow, to buy, to rest, or to see what needs to be done. It is not merely with the physical eye, but with a different kind of vision that we must perceive these matters. We possess body, soul, and intellect. The senses belong to the body, the passions to the soul, and principles to the intellect. To be influenced by sensory imagery is common to all creatures. Just as being swayed by intense emotions is shared among us, the wild beasts, the most effeminate of individuals, as well as tyrants like Nero and Phalaris. Furthermore, the ability to reason and guide ourselves toward what seems appropriate is something we share with everyone, from atheists and traitors to those who close their doors and choose to sin. If all these attributes are common among us, what remains unique to the good person is this special quality, the ability to embrace with joy everything that occurs or is destined to happen. They do not tarnish the divinity that resides within them, nor do they allow it to be disturbed by a multitude of images. Instead, they maintain it in tranquility and honor it as a god. They uphold truth in all they say and justice in every action they take. Even if others may not believe that they live in simplicity, modesty, and contentment, they do not resent this disbelief nor abandon the path that leads to the true purpose of life, which they should pursue with purity and calmness, prepared to face their fate without resistance. End of the third book. Book 4. 1. The power that resides within us, when aligned with nature, has the ability to adapt effortlessly to any circumstance. It does not require specific materials to function. Rather, with the right motivation, it can create opportunities from any adversity. Just as a fire can consume whatever is thrown into it, even though a tiny flame might extinguish, your great blaze swiftly transforms added fuel into its own, consuming it and growing stronger in the process. Let no action be taken randomly, nor in a manner that does not fully align with the principles at play. People often seek solace in the countryside, along the coastlines, or in the mountains, and you too may frequently yearn for such escapes. However, this is a grave folly, for you can find retreat within yourself at any moment you choose. Nowhere can a man find a quieter retreat, one more filled with leisure, than within his own soul, especially when there is something inside him that, if he merely looks within, brings him instantly to a state of rest. Believe that rest is nothing other than perfect order within the soul. Therefore, make it a habit to retreat into yourself, so that you may renew your spirit. Keep close at hand concise and fundamental thoughts that can easily come to mind. These will help you shut out the chaotic noise of the world and return to your tasks without agitation. For what do you truly fret? Over the wickedness of humanity. Remember the principle that all rational beings are created for one another, that enduring their flaws is a part of justice, and that they cannot help but sin. Reflect on how many of those who lived in enmity, suspicion, and hatred have been laid to rest, turned to ashes on their funeral pyres. Keep this in mind and let go of your complaints. Are you troubled by the part you play in the world's fate? Stay calm and remind yourself of the alternative. Either providence governs the world, or we are left with mere chaos. Consider the abundance of evidence that suggests the universe functions as a cohesive state. Do the afflictions of the body still hold sway over you? Remember that when the mind turns inward and recognizes its own strength, it can remain unaffected by the body's fluctuations, whether harsh or gentle. Keep in mind all that you have learned and accepted regarding pain and pleasure. Are you preoccupied with the fleeting concept of fame? Reflect on how quickly all things fade into obscurity. Look upon the tumult of eternity that surrounds us on all sides. Ponder how hollow the raucous sound of applause can be. How capricious and lacking in discernment are those who seem to offer us praise, and how limited the scope of their admiration truly is. All the earth is but a point in the vastness of the universe. How small a corner of that tiny speck is inhabited, and within it, how few are they, and of how little worth, who offer us praise. Remember, plank forth your priority, that there will always be a retreat into the small field within yourself. And above all, do not let yourself be troubled or overburdened. Regard all things as a person of courage, as a human, as a citizen, as a mortal being. Among the principles you adhere to, do not let there be these two. Firstly, external things do not touch the soul, but remain powerless from without. All trouble arises from our thoughts, about them within. Secondly, all visible things change in an instant and are gone forever. Recall the multitude of changes you have witnessed in your own life. The world is a continuous flow of changes. The world is a continuous flow of changes. Life is but a product of thought. If the mind is shared amongst them, then the reason that makes us rational is also shared. Likewise, the power that compels us to act or refrain from action. Thus, we all share a common law, and in that sense, we are fellow citizens and members of a greater community. The universe, then, must be viewed as a kind of state. For what other collective body can humanity be said to belong to? It is from this shared state that we draw our intellectual power, our reason, and our laws. If not from here, then from where do we derive these qualities? What is earthly within me comes from the earth. My moisture from another element, point, and my breath, point, along with my warmth and fiery essence, point, from the respective sources. Therefore, point, since nothing can emerge from nothing or return to it, my intellectual nature must have its origins as well. Death, like birth, point, is a mystery of nature. One is a combination of elements, and while the other is their return to the same. Neither event is shameful, point, nor does it contradict the essence of rational beings, nor is it against the laws of our constitution. It is fate that such actions should stem from such individuals. To wish for it otherwise is akin to wanting figs without their juice. Too, you should keep in mind that, in a very short time, both you and he will face death. And shortly after, not even the names of either will remain. Suppress this thought, and the cry of "I'm hurt" will fade away. When you suppress "I'm hurt," you also suppress the injury itself. What does not degrade a man does not diminish his life, nor does it cause him harm, either externally or internally. The law of utility must operate in this way. Everything that occurs happens for a reason. You will discover this if you observe closely. Don't just mean in terms of natural order, but according to our sense of justice, as if by the action of a being who allocates according to merit. Continue observing in this manner as you have begun, and whatever you do, let your aim be goodness. Oh, goodness as it is rightly understood. Hold fast to this in every action. Do not think as your insulter judges or wishes you to judge. Why, instead, see things as they truly are. For two things, always be prepared. First, Commit yourself to doing only what reason, our sovereign and legislative faculty, recommends for the betterment of humanity. Secondly, be ready to adjust your course upon encountering someone who can challenge and reshape your views. But ensure that any change you make stems from a genuine belief in the pursuit of justice or the public good, rather than any desire for personal pleasure or glory. Do you have reason? Certainly do. So why not put it to use? When it fulfills its rightful role, what more do you need? You are part of a greater whole. You will eventually return to that which brought you into being, or rather, you will transform and be reintegrated into the productive intelligence. Consider the grains of frankincense laid upon the same altar. One may fall off sooner, another later. In the grand scheme, it matters not. Within 10 days, if you commit yourself once again to the observance of moral principles and the worship of reason, you will come to be seen as a god by those who now regard you as a wild beast or an ape. Do not order your life as if you have 10,000 years to live. Fate looms over you. While you are alive, while you still can, strive to be good. How much peace one finds in leisure who pays no mind to what his neighbors say, do, or intend, but instead focuses solely on making his own actions just and virtuous, not looking, as Agathon suggests, at the moral examples set by others, but rather running a straight path and never straying from it. He who is anxious and distressed about the reputation he will leave behind forgets that those who remember him will soon pass away themselves, too, along with the generations that follow, until every trace of him, carried on by fleeting and superficial admirers, fades into oblivion. Even if your memory were to become immortal, and those who cherish it eternal as well, what does that truly matter to you? Do not question what it means for the dead. But for the living, what benefit is there in praise? What benefit is there in praise, unless it offers some tangible advantage? And now you forsake what nature has bestowed upon you in favor of relying on the opinions of others. Whatever possesses beauty does so inherently. Its beauty exists on its own, and praise plays no role in it. Nothing becomes better or worse because it is praised. This applies equally to what is deemed beautiful by societal standards, whether in material forms or works of art. True beauty requires no outside validation, just as law, truth, kindness, and honor do not. None of these qualities gain any merit from praise or incur any loss from criticism. Does an emerald lose its value if it goes unpraised? Can the worth of gold, ivory, or purple fabric, a lyre or a dagger, a flower or a shrub, truly diminish due to a lack of praise? If our souls endure beyond our lives, you might wonder, how is it that the air has held them since the dawn of time, would ask in return. How has the earth managed to contain so many bodies buried for such an extended period? Just as corpses, after lying in the earth for some time, dissipating to make room for others, so too do souls inflate their volcano, once freed into the air. They linger for a while, then they change, disperse, are reignited into the universal life force, thus making way for those who will take their places. This could serve as a response, assuming that the soul does survive the body. However, we must also consider the countless creatures consumed by us and other animals on a daily basis. What a vast multitude is thus ingested and, in a way, buried within those who partake of them. Yet there is always sufficient space to accommodate them, thanks to their transformation into blood, air, and fire. So, what is the key to this inquiry? It lies in discerning the distinction between matter and cause. And as you navigate your path, be steadfast. In every impulse, ensure that justice is served. And in all your thoughts, most frequently is life purpose. In everything you do, and in all your thoughts, strive for understanding. As you inquire of your path, be steadfast. In every impulse, Ensure that justice is served. Dear City of God, the philosopher advises, do few things if you seek tranquility. Perhaps a better perspective is to say, do what is necessary, act according to the innate reason of the social being, and do so in the spirit of that guidance. Through this practice, you will find the peace that comes from virtuous action, as well as the stillness that arises from having fewer obligations. Most of what you say and do is unnecessary. Let go of these burdens, and you will enjoy greater leisure and less disruption. So, in every moment, ask yourself, is this truly necessary? And set aside not only unnecessary actions, but also unnecessary thoughts. For by doing so, you will avoid all superfluous behavior. Experiment with the life of a good person, one who is content with the circumstances laid out for him by providence, and who finds satisfaction in the justice of his own actions and the kindness of his nature. You've experienced one state, now try this other. Steer clear of confusion. Strive for simplicity. If someone has wronged you, he carries the weight of his own sins. If something has happened to you, accept it. For everything that occurs is an integral part of the tapestry of destiny, crafted since the very beginning. In essence, life is fleeting. Make the most of the present through reason and justice. Approach your relaxation with moderation. The universe is either a harmonious whole or a chaotic array. Yet, despite the diversity of phenomena, it undoubtedly exists as an ordered whole. Or do you believe that there can be order within you while the universe remains in chaos? Especially considering that all things, though spread out and distinct, are fundamentally interconnected. Reflect on the deformities of these traits, the malevolent, the effeminate, the savage, the beastly, the childish, the brutish, the foolish, the deceitful, the vulgar, the treacherous, and the tyrannical. He who does not understand the world and its contents is a stranger, an outsider. Likewise, he who is unaware of what transpires within it is similarly lost. Such a one abandons the reason that governs this universe. He is blind, for his intellectual vision is obscured. He is a beggar, reliant on the gifts of others. Lacking the essential resources for a fulfilling life within himself. He stands as a growth detached from the very fabric of existence, isolating himself from the rational order of nature by his discontent with what life presents. Remember, that same nature that brings forth these events also created you. He is the seditious citizen who separates his individual soul from the collective soul of all rational beings. Some play the philosopher without a coat, others without books, and one even half naked. One may say, have no bread, yet cling to reason. Another might declare, lack even the spiritual nourishment of instruction, but remain steadfast. Embrace the art you have learned, however humble it may be, and find joy within it. Spend the rest of your life as someone who wholeheartedly entrusts their concerns to the gods, neither acting as a tyrant nor a slave to others. Consider, for instance, the era of Vespasian. It mirrors the spectacle of our own time. Here, you will witness men marrying, raising children, falling ill and passing away, waging wars, and celebrating feasts. You will observe men flattering one another, stubborn in their desires, harboring suspicions, conspiring, wishing ill upon others, resenting their fate, courting lovers, hoarding wealth, and seeking consulships and kingdoms. Yet all that life has to offer is fleeting and eventually fades away. Let's turn our gaze to the era of Trajan, where once again, this era, everything remains unchanged. And once more, that life too has passed into oblivion. Consider the chronicles of other times and peoples, noting how their fervor was soon extinguished, returning to the very elements from which they came. Most importantly, recall those you have known personally, individuals preoccupied with trivial matters, who strayed from the path that aligned with their true nature, neither steadfast in their pursuit nor content in their hearts. And remember, it is essential to allocate your attention to any endeavor only according to its true value. By keeping this in mind, you will safeguard against becoming overly burdened by concerns that hold little significance. Familiar phrases of bygone days may now seem odd and outdated. Similarly, the names of those once celebrated now resonate strangely in our ears. Camillus, Caeso, Valesius, Leonatus. After them, Scipio and Cato. Lastly, Augustus, Hadrian, and Antonine. All have faded into obscurity. All things rush toward an end and soon appear as mere myths, destined to be buried in forgetfulness. This applies to those who once illuminated the world with their fame. The rest of humanity, as soon as they depart, fade into anonymity and are forgotten. You remembered forever? It is a completely hollow pursuit. What, then, should we strive for? Only this, that our souls remain just, our actions selfless, our words always sincere, and our disposition such that we can gladly accept whatever comes our way, understanding it to be inevitable, familiar, and stemming from the same source and essence as ourselves, willingly surrender to Clotho, allowing her to weave the thread of whatever fate she chooses. All things are fleeting. Both those who remember and those who are remembered continuously observe that all things exist in a state of change. And keep this thought ever with you. Nature loves nothing more than to transform what currently is and to create new forms from it. For what exists now is, in a sense, the seed of what will come to be. Thus, do not believe that only the seeds sown in the earth or the womb hold this potential. That belief stems from ignorance. You are on the brink of death, and yet you have not reached a state of simplicity or tranquility. Nor have you learned to dismiss the idea that external things can cause you harm. You have not discovered the value of kindness towards all people, or that true wisdom lies in just and fair dealings. Examine closely what governs human behavior. Take note of what concerns them, and what they choose to pursue or avoid. Understand this: that which is harmful to you does not reside in another's soul, nor does it stem from any external change or transformation of the world around you. So where does it exist? It exists in the part of you that interprets what is evil. By halting this interpretation, all shall be well. And, although the fragile body to which it is so closely attached may be cut or burned, may fester or decay, let not your mind become active in its judgments. Do not consider anything that happens to be inherently good or bad, regardless of whether it befalls the virtuous individual or the wicked one. What occurs to both those who live in harmony with nature and those who do not is neither purely natural nor unnatural. Always perceive the universe as a single living entity, composed of one material substance and one spirit. Notice how everything is directed by the singular intelligence of this being, how all things move with a shared impulse, how all are interconnected causes of each other, and how everything is woven together in an intricate tapestry. You are but a frail soul, burdened by a body. Time is like a river, Epictetus once said. There is no evil for things that are grounded in change, and there exists no good for those that do not undergo transformation. Time is like a river, a wild torrent of new creations. Each moment, as soon as it comes into existence, is swiftly carried away. For he who loses sight of the journey is bound to wander aimlessly. Each element transforms into another, contributing to the eternal cycle of existence. Just as the rose blooms and withers, giving way to the fruit of summer, so too do our experiences ebb and flow, intertwined in the fabric of life. Embrace the understanding that events unfold in a logical sequence, far from random occurrences. Each moment leads to the next, each event connected through rational thread. Witnessing this connection reveals the beauty in change, just as a melody weaves together notes to create a symphony. Keep in mind the wisdom of Heraclitus. Earth becomes water, water becomes air, air becomes fire, and this cycle continues uninterrupted. The transformations may seem daunting, but they are necessary for renewal and growth. Stay aware of your path. For ignorance of direction breeds disarray. In the grand tapestry of existence, every thread is essential, and every change is an opportunity to reflect on the greater dance of life. Men often find themselves in conflict with their closest and most constant companion, reason itself, which governs all. It is strange that we frequently overlook the familiar, treating it as though it is foreign. We should neither act nor speak as if we are in a deep slumber, even though it might appear that we do just that. Passively absorbing everything as it is presented to us by our caregivers. If a divine being were to inform you that your time to leave this world is imminent, tomorrow or the next day at the latest, you would scarcely care whether it would come tomorrow or the day after. Unless, of course, you possess the most abject cowardice. After all, how significant is that difference? Therefore, consider it of little importance whether you pass away after many years or face your end tomorrow. Continuously reflect on how many doctors have come and gone, often furrowing their brows over their patients. How many astrologers have grandiosely predicted the deaths of others? How many philosophers have written endlessly about death and immortality? How many warriors have claimed thousands of lives? And how many tyrants have wielded their power over life and death with a cruel disregard, as if they were immortal? Count, if you will, the entire cities that have vanished: Hellasy, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and countless others. Now think about all those you have known, one after another. Consider how one buried a friend, only to be buried himself by another. All of this happens in such a short span of time. In summary, observe the human condition and recognize how brief and trivial it is. Yesterday, it was flesh. Tomorrow, it's ashes or putrid remains. Therefore, spend the fleeting remainder of your time in a way that is harmonious with nature, and depart with a sense of peace. So the olive falls when it has ripened, blessing the ground from which it emerged, and grateful to the tree that nurtured it. Be like a promontory against which the waves continually crash. It stands firm and calms the raging waters around it. Wretched am, one might lament, that this has happened to me. But you say, am fortunate, for although this has befallen me, can still remain untroubled, neither broken by the present, nor fearing the future. Such a fate could have befallen anyone. Yet, not everyone would withstand it without pain. So why should we focus more on the misfortune of the event than on the joy of possessing such resilience? Can we truly call a situation a misfortune for a person when it does not violate their nature? And is there anything that could be considered a violation of their nature that does not contradict their purpose? You know what that purpose is, don't you? Does this incident deny you justice? Don't you? Generosity? Don't you? Prudence? Don't you? Wisdom, caution, truth, honor, freedom, and all the other qualities that reflect the fullness of human nature. Therefore, remember this. In every moment of sorrow, apply this principle. This situation is not a misfortune. Rather, to endure it with courage is a true blessing. It may seem like a simple thought, yet it is a powerful one. It's the power of courage, helping us to dismiss the fear of death by reflecting on those who were most fervently attached to life and lived the longest. What do they gain that is greater than those who passed away before their time? In the end, they all lie dead somewhere. Cadicianus, Fabius, Julian, Lepidus. Later peoples witnessed countless corpses being carried to their graves, only to follow them into the earth themselves. Ultimately, how insignificant is the difference in the time spent, often filled with pain, sometimes amidst troubles and surrounded by unworthy people, and in such a fragile body. Do not consider it something of value. Instead, look back into the eternity that lies behind you and forward into the vast expanse that stretches ahead. When measured against such infinity, the difference between a life of 3 days and one that spans 3 ages, like that of Nestor, becomes trivial. Always choose the shorter path. The short path aligns with nature. Therefore, speak and act according to what is rational and sound. This decision will liberate you from much struggle and conflict, as well as from all deceitful manipulation and pretentiousness. End of the 4th book. Books, In the morning, when you find yourself hesitant to rise, keep this thought in mind. Wake to fulfill the purpose of being human. Should complain about engaging in the very work for which was born and brought into this world? Am meant for nothing more than to lie in bed and keep warm? But, you might say, it's more pleasant that way. Is pleasure truly the aim of your existence? Rather than action and the exercise of your potential? Do you not observe the smallest plants? The little sparrows? The ants? The spiders? And the bees, all playing their part and working towards order in the universe, as best as they can. Will you deny your own role in this grand design, which is bestowed upon humanity? Will you not follow the path that aligns with your own nature? You might say, need rest, indeed, but nature sets a limit for rest, just as it does for eating and drinking. In your quest for rest, you often exceed those limits, going beyond what is necessary. Yet in your actions, you fall short, not fully utilizing your potential. You do not truly love yourself. If you did, you would embrace your nature and its purpose. Others who have devoted themselves to their craft labor tirelessly, often neglecting their own needs. But you, that is, you value your own nature less than the sculptor values his sculpture, less than the dancer cherishes their dance, less than the miser treasures their gold, less than the dancer cherishes their dance, or the vain person clings to their hollow fame. These individuals, when driven by desire, consider food and sleep a small price to pay if it means they can better grasp the object of their longings. Should the pursuit of the common good appear any less valuable to you, deserving of any less fervor? How simple it is to dismiss and erase every troubling impression that disturbs your peace, allowing yourself to bask in perfect tranquility. Do not judge any speech or action as unworthy of you. Do not let the criticisms or censures of others sway you. If what you say or do is honorable, deem yourself worthy of expressing it or acting upon it. Those who criticize you carry their own conscience and motives, which should not concern you. Instead, remain steadfast and never give up hope, following a clear path that is guided by your own nature and the nature of the universe, both leading you in the same direction. Walk the path that nature has laid before me, until the day comes when shall finally rest. Until the day comes when shall finally rest back into the air from which have drawn it each day, returning to the earth from which my father took his seed, my mother her blood, and my nurse the milk that nourished me. This is the earth that has provided me with sustenance throughout the years, which supports my every step and bears with me. Despite the many ways have abused her. People might not admire you for your cunning. Let it be so. However, there are many other qualities within you of which you cannot say, "They are not in me." Showcase these traits. They lie entirely within your control. Be sincere. Maintain your dignity. Put in the effort. Turn away from pleasure and do not lament your fate. Desire little. Be kind and straightforward. Shun exaggeration and empty chatter. Strive for greatness. Do you not see how many virtues you could embody, of which you are currently content to fall short, even though you have no excuse for their absence or for being unworthy of them? Are you driven by some desire embedded within you to be irritable, to be stingy, to flatter, to blame your body for your own faults, to bow down to others, to be vain, to harbor all this restlessness in your soul? No, by the gods, you could have cast aside these vices long ago. Your only fault is that you are somewhat slow and dull in understanding. Strive to correct this through practice. Do not neglect your dullness, nor take any perverse pleasure in it. Some individuals, after doing you a favor, are quick to count the debt they believe you owe them. Others might not be as outspoken in their claims, yet they still see you as indebted and fully recognize the worth of their actions. Third type appears to be entirely unaware of their kindness. They are like the vine, producing its clusters and feeling fulfilled when it has given forth its proper fruit. The horse, once it has completed its race, the hound, after it has traced the scent, upon finishing its honey, and the man who has done good for others make no loud claims about their feats, but instead set out to do the same again, just as the vine produces its fresh clusters in season. Should we then be among those who are, in a way, unaware of their actions? Indeed, we should. But this very idea suggests awareness, for it is a characteristic of the selfless individual to recognize their selflessness, and, undoubtedly, to desire that their fellow humans recognize it as well. True enough, but if you misinterpret my words, you will fall into the category of those spoke of earlier. They too are misled by seemingly reasonable arguments. However, if you genuinely wish to grasp the true essence of my principle, have no fear that, in following it, you will neglect the call of selflessness. This is a prayer of the Athenians. Reign, dear Zeus, reign, dear Zeus, on the fields and farmlands of the Athenians. One should either refrain from praying entirely or do so in this sincere and straightforward manner. Just as one might say that Aesculapius has recommended a regimen of riding, dear Zeus, or a cold bath, dear Zeus, or walking barefoot, we can say that the guiding mind prescribes for a person various experiences, be it illness, dear Zeus, or something similar. This is a prayer of the Athenians. Reign, dear Zeus, or prescribed for the patient in alignment with their health needs. In the latter, it signifies that each person's fate is designed to align with the greater purposes of destiny. Akin to the way squared stones fit together in a wall or pyramid, something the craftsmen refer to when assembling them into a structure. All things are united in a bond of harmony, dear Zeus, just as all existing entities come together to form the visible world as we know it. Destiny, as the overarching cause, is composed of all individual causes. Those who lack philosophical insight often misunderstand my intention. Declaring, dear Zeus, fate assigned this to such and such a person. This was predetermined or prescribed for him. Let us then accept the decrees of fate as we accept the prescriptions of Aesculapius. He prescribes many things to us, some of which may be harsh treatments. Yet we follow his guidance willingly in the hope of achieving health. Imagine then, for nature, the execution of her work and the fulfillment of her purposes are akin to her health. Welcome everything that occurs, even if it appears to be adverse fortune, for it contributes to the well-being of the universe and the prosperity and happiness of Zeus. He would not impose this or that on any individual if it did not serve the greater good of the whole. Nor does any part of nature's system bring anything to pass that does not align with her governance. There are two reasons why you should find contentment in what life brings your way. The first is that what you experience was created and destined for you. It has been intertwined with your fate since the beginning, woven into the fabric of all destinies from the great first causes. The second reason is that everything that happens to each individual contributes to the well-being and prosperity of the mind that governs all things. And indeed, this, to its continued existence. The whole is compromised if you disrupt even the slightest connection of parts or causes. You are undermining this connection whenever you lament your fate. So do not fret, and do not lose hope or be discouraged, and do not lose hope, even when it isn't always possible for you to live up to your ideals of perfection. If you find yourself knocked down, rise again and make the effort once more, finding satisfaction in the knowledge that your actions generally reflect the integrity of a good person. Cherish the good to which you return, and approach philosophy not as a student does a master, but as one who, suffering from weary eyes, seeks relief in a sponge and egg, just as another might turn to poultices or others to soothing compresses. In this way, you won't merely pretend to obey reason. Rather, you'll discover that it brings you peace. Remember, in saying, you'll discover that it brings you peace, philosophy requires nothing more than what your nature demands. Yet often, you find yourself yearning for things that are not in harmony with your true self. You might wonder, what could be more delightful than this? But isn't this precisely the trap that pleasure lays before us? Consider instead whether magnanimity, honesty, simplicity, kindness, piety, and piety offer even greater joys. And what could be sweeter than wisdom itself, especially when you feel secure and fulfilled with your understanding and reasoning? The truths of existence are often so obscured from us that many philosophers, even the most esteemed among them, find everything to be perplexing and incomprehensible. The Stoics themselves acknowledge the difficulty of understanding anything with certainty. All our agreement is inconsistent, because where can we find a truly consistent person? Reflect on the objects of our knowledge, how fleeting they are, and how trivial. They often belong to the debauchee, the harlot, or the robber. Examine the morals of your contemporaries. It is hardly possible to endure even the best of them, let alone the challenge of tolerating oneself. In the midst of such darkness and filth, in this constant flux of substance, time, motion, and the things that are moved, cannot discern anything worthy of respect or desire. Instead, we should find solace as we await our inevitable dissolution. We must not be troubled by the delay. Rather, we should take comfort in these thoughts. First, that nothing can happen to us that does not align with the nature of all things. And second, that it is always within our power to avoid acting against the divine spirit that resides within us. No force can compel us to do otherwise. 11. What purpose am serving with my soul? Should examine this continually and reflect on what is currently taking place within that part of me which people refer to as the ruler of the rest. Must also consider whose soul possess. Is it that of a child, youth's, a fearful woman's, or a tyrant's? Is it the soul of a domesticated animal or a wild one? 12. To assess the true value of things that most people consider good, you may judge by this measure. If a person regards concepts such as wisdom, self-control, justice, or courage as genuinely good, they cannot easily be swayed by the traditional jest about an excess of good things. It simply doesn't apply to their understanding. However, when they focus on what appears good in the eyes of the crowd, they are quite willing to hear and accept the playful mockery of the comic poet. Thus, even the average person recognizes the distinction. For if this were not the case, we would not first reject the jest as offensive, nor would we embrace it as a clever quip when it comes to wealth or the extravagance that leads to luxury and ostentation. So let us proceed and consider the question of whether these things should be valued and regarded as good, of which we can aptly say of their owner, "He has so many possessions that he has no place to find comfort." I am composed of both a formal and a material element. Neither of these will perish and fade into nothingness, as neither originated from nothing. Thus, even the average person recognizes the distinction. Every part of me will be transformed and redistributed throughout some part of the universe. That portion of the universe will in turn be changed into another part. This process will continue for all time to come. Just as came into being through some such transformation, so too did my ancestors. And this extends back through all of history. There is no objection to this theory. Thus, even if the world is governed by determined cycles of revolution, reason and the art of thinking are powers that stand complete in themselves and in their specific processes. They originate from their own internal principle and move toward their appointed end. Such mental acts are referred to as right, signifying that the course of thought is correct or direct. Nothing should be considered a part of a person that is not intrinsic to human nature. Attributes that do not form part of one's essence cannot be demanded of him and play no role in the promise or fulfillment of his nature. Therefore, such mental acts are referred to as right. Adverb pluralism. There lies neither the ultimate purpose of humanity nor the good that crowns that purpose. Moreover, if something truly constituted a part of a person, it would be inappropriate for him to reject or rebel against it. It would be inappropriate for him to reject or rebel against it. Non-essential things were genuinely good, then a man who limited himself in their use could not be considered a good person. Yet, as we observe, the more a man abstains from them, and the more he endures their absence, the better he becomes. The character of your most frequent impressions shapes the character of your mind. The soul takes on the hues of its impressions. So immerse yourself in thoughts like these. Wherever a man can live, he can live well. Man can thrive in a court, and therefore, he can thrive well there. And this way, furthermore, everything is directed toward its intended purpose. That toward which something is directed is its ultimate goal. In the end, the essence of everything reveals its advantage and its goodness. For rational beings, society represents the highest good, as it has long been established that we were brought into this world to be social. Indeed, isn't it clear that the lesser beings were created for the sake of the greater, and the greater for each other? Now, the living are superior to the non-living, and rational beings hold a higher place than those that merely exist. To chase after the impossible is madness. It's simply not possible for the wicked to avoid such folly. Nothing can befall a person that they are not naturally equipped to endure. Others may face similar events, perhaps remaining unaware of what has truly happened to them, or perhaps displaying a facade of bravery, standing firm and unscathed by their trials. It is indeed strange that ignorance or pretense may prove stronger than true wisdom. Material things cannot influence the soul in any way. They have no power over it. The soul is shaped and moved only by itself, transforming everything that comes to it externally, based on the judgments it forms within. In one regard, humanity holds a special place in my heart, as I'm called to do good for others and to endure their presence. However, to the extent that certain individuals hinder my natural activities, they become just as indifferent to me as the sun, the wind, or a wild beast. They may impede specific actions, but they cannot interfere with my ultimate purpose or my inner state, thanks to my capacities for exception and modification. The mind has the power to transform any obstacle to its activity into a catalyst for action. What might seem like a hindrance to its work can actually serve as a true ally, with each obstruction paving the way for progress. Hold in reverence what is most excellent in the universe, for the most excellent is that which orchestrates all things and governs all. Similarly, Hold in reverence what is most excellent within yourself. It shares the same essence, for it governs everything else within you and dictates the order of your entire existence. Remember this: that which does not harm the city cannot harm the citizen. Apply this principle whenever you feel you have been wronged. If the state is not harmed by this, then neither am affected. And if the state is harmed, then we should not vent our anger on the one who caused the harm. Instead, go down, reflect on where their misstep lies. Reflect often on how swiftly the things that exist, or are coming into existence, are swept away and carried off. Their substance flows like a river, ever-changing, constant flux. Their actions are in constant flux, and their causes are subject to countless alterations. Almost nothing remains stable, and the vast eternities of the past and future, into which all things are absorbed, surround us on both sides. Is he not a fool who puffs himself up with pride in worldly successes, or becomes distracted and anxious, as if he were caught in a trouble that is likely to last? Keep in mind the universe of existence in which your role is exceedingly small, and the vast expanse of time that grants you only a brief and fleeting moment. Contemplate the destiny of all things, and how tiny your portion is within it. If another wrongs me, let them deal with that. His character and actions belong solely to him. Possess only that which is given to me by the nature of things, and act according to my own nature. Allow the guiding part of your soul to remain unmoved by the stirrings of the flesh, whether they be gentle or harsh. Do not allow it to mix with these sensations. Instead, keep it separate and heap it separate, confining those passions to their rightful place within the body. If they rise to the soul through any connection with the body, we need not resist the sensation, as it is part of our nature. However, let not the soul add any notions of good or bad to that sensation. Live in harmony with the gods. One truly lives with the gods who continually reveals his soul to them, content with his lot, and fulfills the will of the inner spirit, a fragment of his own divinity that Zeus has bestowed upon every individual as a ruler and guide. This is the intelligence, the reason that dwells within us all. Are you angry with someone because their armpits smell or their breath is foul? What purpose does that serve? Their mouth or their armpits are as they are, and the consequences must follow. But you argue that humans are reasonable beings and, with attention, could recognize the source of their offense. Very well, you too possess reason. Use that reason to engage theirs, educate, and advise him. If he listens, you will help him. Then there will be no reason for anger. You are neither an actor nor a deceiver. As you intend to live your life, so can you exist in this moment. But if others do not allow you that freedom, then depart from life, but do so as if no misfortune has befallen you. If my home is smoky, simply step outside. What is the big deal? As long as no such trouble forces me out. Remain by my own choice, and no one can prevent me from acting as wish. And my will aligns with the will of a rational and social being. The intelligence of the universe is social. It has thus created the lower orders for the benefit of the higher, and has designed the higher beings to exist in harmony with one another. You can see how it has organized, coordinated, and distributed roles according to merit, engaging the nobler beings in mutual agreement and harmony. How have you acted towards the gods, or parents, or siblings, or spouses, or children, or colleagues, or those who nurtured you, or your friends, your close ones, and even your servants? Can it be said that you have treated all of them with the sentiment expressed in the line, "He wrought no harshness, spoke no unkind word"? Reflect on everything you have gone through. So all that you have managed to endure. Your life has now become a story that is told. Remember your duty is fulfilled. Remember the beautiful moments you have witnessed, the joys and the pains you have dismissed. The so-called glory you have chosen to forego, and the unkind individuals to whom you have shown kindness. How is it that unskilled and ignorant souls can disturb those who are skillful and wise? Ask, what exactly defines a skillful and intelligent soul? It is that which understands the beginning and the end, along with the underlying reason that permeates all existence, governing the universe through determined cycles for all eternity. In a brief moment, you will become nothing more than ashes and dry bones. Perhaps even just a name. Name is merely an empty sound, a fleeting echo. And the things we cherish in life are often hollow, trivial, and decaying. We are like puppies snapping at each other, or children who quarrel, laugh, and then, in an instant, begin to cry again. Yet integrity, modesty, justice, and truth have risen from the broad expanse of the earth and soared to the heavens. So, not, combined with the practice of kindness, tolerance, and understanding towards others. And as for what lies beyond the limits of flesh and breath, remember that it is neither yours nor within your control. Fulfilling life can be yours if you simply choose the right path and adhere to it in all your thoughts and actions. Two benefits are shared by the gods, by humanity, and by every rational being. First, nothing external can hinder them. Second, true happiness is found in having a mind and behavior aligned with justice, and in the ability to make that the ultimate goal of all desires. If the fault is not my sin, nor a consequence of it, and if there is no harm to the common good, why should be troubled by it? How does it affect the common good? Do not be swept away by emotion, but assist those in need according to your ability and their merit. If someone's need lies in things that are indifferent, do not believe that they are truly harmed by it. For such thinking is a harmful habit. Just as in the play, when the old man begs for his foster child's top as a keepsake, fully aware that it is just a toy, you should similarly approach the matters of life. You take the stage and proclaim, "Oh man, have you forgotten the true value of what you seek?" No, but many are eager in their pursuit of it. Should you then become foolish simply because of their folly? In any circumstance find myself, that could have created my own fortune. For what is it to create a fortune if not to bestow good things upon oneself? And true good things consist of a worthy mindset, noble motives, and admirable actions. End of the 5th book. Book 6. 1. The essence of the universe is adaptable and malleable. The mind that governs it has no source of wrongdoing within itself. It harbors no ill will, it does no harm, and nothing is injured by it. By its guidance, all things come into existence and fulfill their purpose. 2. Play your part with dignity, regardless of whether you feel cold or warm, whether you are sleepy or refreshed, whether you are in good standing or facing criticism, whether you are nearing death or engaged in other pursuits. For death is simply another aspect of life. And, as in all things, it is sufficient to do well whatever task lies before you. 3. Look within yourself. Do not allow the true worth or significance of anything to elude you. 4. All that exists will soon undergo change, either through rarefaction, if all substance is indeed one, or through dispersion otherwise. 5. The guiding mind understands its own state, how it operates, and on what matters it is engaged. 6. The greatest act of vengeance is to refuse to imitate the one who has wronged you. 7. Find your sole joy and recreation in moving from one selfless action to another, always keeping God in your thoughts. 8. The governing part of you is that which awakens and directs itself, mind and form itself, shaping itself into what it desires to be, and making everything that occurs appear as it wills. All things unfold according to the will of universal nature. There is no other force that influences them, one that either understands the former from outside or is contained within it, one that either understands the former or exists independently of it. The universe is either a tangled web that is constantly being woven and unwoven, mind, or it is a cohesive entity composed of order and foresight. If the former is true, then why would wish to linger in this aimless chaos, mind, or care about anything more than returning to the earth? Indeed, why should be disturbed at all? Dissolution will find me, no matter my actions. However, mind, if the latter is true, then worship the sovereign of all things. Mind, remain steadfast and place my trust in him. Whenever your circumstances impose difficulties upon you, mind, quickly return to yourself and avoid disrupting the rhythm of life any longer than necessity requires. Your understanding of harmony will become stronger through constant reflection on it. If you have both a stepmother and a mother, then you would show respect to the stepmother. Yet you would find yourself spending more time with your mother. In this analogy, your court and your philosophy serve as your stepmother and mother, respectively. So return often to your true mother and rejuvenate your spirit with her presence. Her comfort can make the court more bearable for you, and you more bearable within it. When you consider food and drink, remind yourself, what lies before me is merely the dead carcass of a fish, a fowl, or a pig. This Falernian wine is just a bit of grape juice. Picture your elegant purple robes as mere sheep's wool dyed in the blood of a shellfish. Such insights, which closely connect with reality and reveal the true essence of these items, are indeed powerful in demonstrating their trivial worth. In this spirit, we should approach life at every turn. When we encounter things that seem to possess great value, we ought to strip them down, uncover their true nature, and discard the grand descriptions that make them appear so magnificent. Vanity is a master deceiver, tricking us most effectively when we think we are engaged in the pursuit of the highest ideals. Remember what Crates said about Xenocrates. Most objects of common admiration can be categorized into certain general classes. First, there are those that are held together by cohesion or some form of organic unity, such as stone, timber, figs, vines, or olives. The next category includes things that are slightly more rational, treasures of animal life found in flocks and herds. As our taste evolves and becomes more refined, our admiration shifts towards entities capable of demonstrating rational intelligence. But he admires this intelligence not as a universal principle, but only to the extent that he sees it expressed in art or industry, or at times, simply as it is displayed by his entourage of artist slaves. However, one who values rational intelligence as a universal concept and a social force will find little interest in these other objects of admiration. Above all, he will strive to maintain his own mind, nurturing all its rational and social instincts and activities, and to achieve this, he will collaborate with any of his kind. Some things rush into existence, while others fade away. Even at the moment of birth, a part of it is already in decay. Flux and change continuously renew the world, much like the relentless flow of time which constantly reveals to us new fragments of eternity. In this vast river, where nothing lingers, what among the passing things is truly worthy of our value? It's as if a man becomes fond of a single sparrow from a fleeting flock. Just as it disappears from his view, our lives themselves are akin to the vapor of blood or a breath of air. The brief actions of inhaling and exhaling are part of the entire act of breathing that we received at birth and must eventually return to the source from which it came. It is a minor privilege to transpire like plants, or even to breathe like cattle or wild beasts, to feel the sensations of the world, to be moved like puppets by our passions, to flock together and survive on bread. None of this is particularly significant. There's nothing here that surpasses our ability to expel the excess from our bodies. So, what holds true value? Is it applause? The sound of clapping hands? No. Therefore, the praises of many carry no more weight for the accolades of the crowd are merely the mindless clapping of tongues. Dismiss the vanity known as fame, and what remains worthy of appreciation? Believe it is this: to act, or to restrain oneself from action, in a manner that best aligns with the unique structure of your nature. This, in essence, is the culmination of all arts and studies. Every art aspires to create something that is well suited for its intended purpose. The gardener, the vineyard keeper, the horse trainer, and the dog trainer all strive for this goal. What else could be the objective of all education and teaching? Therefore, here is what you may genuinely value. Once you achieve this, there will be nothing more you seek. Will you then let go of valuing the multitude of other things? If you don't, you will never attain true freedom, self-sufficiency, or tranquility. You cannot escape the feelings of envy, suspicion, and the struggle against those who hold the power to take away the things you hold dear. Nor can you avoid scheming against those who possess what you desire most. Man who lacks any of these qualities will inevitably find himself distracted, forever complaining against the gods. However, by cultivating reverence and respect for your own intelligence, you will come to an agreement with yourself, foster concord with humanity, and achieve harmony with the gods, who you will praise for their abundant gifts and guidance. The elements may move upward, downward, and round, yet the path of virtue is unlike any of these. It follows a divine direction that is often difficult for us to comprehend. How strange are the ways of humanity! People often fail to speak well of their contemporaries, yet they aspire to earn the praises of a future generation they will never meet. We might as well grieve over the fact that we cannot hear the praises of our ancestors. If something appears exceedingly difficult to achieve, do not conclude that it's beyond the capability of humankind. But if you find that something is within the capacity of humanity and aligns with what we ought to be doing, then tell yourself that you too can achieve it. In the gym, when someone grazes us with their nails or suddenly strikes our head, we don't harbor resentment. We aren't offended, nor do we automatically suspect them of ill intent in the future. We may be cautious around them, it's true, but not as if they were an enemy or someone we cannot trust. Instead, we simply steer clear of them with good humor. Let us approach other areas of our lives the same way, overlooking the countless grievances inflicted upon us as if we were in the gymnasium of the world. As said, we can stay out of their way, but without suspicion or animosity. If anyone can persuade me or demonstrate that I'm mistaken in my thoughts or actions, I'm more than willing to change. It's the truth seek, after all. Truth has never harmed anyone. What truly harms is clinging to error or remaining in ignorance. Fulfill my duties, and beyond that, I'm not distracted by anything inanimate, irrational, or anything that has lost or ignored its rightful path. Encourage you to engage with the material world and all living creatures in a spirit of generosity and freedom that befits those with reason as they interact with those that do not. When it comes to humanity, who possess reason, let your actions be guided by a spirit of fellowship. In all your endeavors, call upon the gods for assistance, and don't fret about how long these tasks may take. Often, just 3 hours of effort can be enough. Consider this. When Alexander of Macedon and his muleteer passed away, they found themselves in the same state. Whether they returned to the fundamental source of all things or dissolved into the atoms, they were equal in their fate. Reflect on the myriad processes, both physical and spiritual, that are occurring within each of us at this very moment. It will make you less astonished by the vast multitude of things that coexist in the singular entity we refer to as the universe. If someone were to ask you how the name Antoninus is spelled, would you not carefully articulate each letter to them? If they then began to argue about it, would you respond with anger? Or would you calmly recount the letters for them? Similarly, in life, remember that each responsibility consists of various components, We should observe each one with composure, and without harboring anger toward those who may be angry with us. We should focus on completing the tasks before us. Is it not cruel to prevent people from pursuing what they perceive to be their own benefit? Yet, in a sense, you restrict their freedom when you express anger at their mistakes. People are undoubtedly drawn toward what appears advantageous to them. Yes, you might say, but it's not truly in their interest. In that case, instruct them and clarify this for them, but do so without anger. Death signifies the end of sensory experiences, the impulses of passions, the inquiries of reason, and the bondage to the physical body. It is a source of shame and dishonor when the soul falters in its duties while the body still endures. Be mindful not to fall into the trap of Caesarism. Avoid that stain, for it may reach you. Protect your simplicity, your goodness, your gratitude, your sincerity, your dignity, your restraint, your kindness, your love of justice, your piety, your kindness, your affection for your family, and your commitment to your responsibilities. Strive earnestly to embody the ideals that philosophy teaches. Honor the gods and aid humanity. Life is fleeting, and the sole reward of it in this world is a pure mind and selfless actions. In all things, be a disciple of Antonine. Emulate his steadfast commitment to rational thought, his calm demeanor, his calm mind, his godliness, his serene expression, his gentle nature, his disregard for vanity, and his relentless curiosity in understanding the world. Remember how he never abandoned a topic until he had thoroughly explored and understood it. Reflect on how he patiently endured unjust criticism without responding in anger, how he never rushed, how he discouraged slander. Notice how closely he observed the behavior and actions of others, how careful he was in reproaching anyone, and how free he was from fear, suspicion, stain, or deception. Consider how little satisfied he was with matters of home, furnishings, clothing, food, and servants. Acknowledge his remarkable patience in labor and his slow temper. His life was so abstemious that he could go until evening without relief, except at the customary hour. Think of what a steadfast and loyal friend he was. How accepting he was of honest opposition to his views, and how pleased he was when someone could correct him. Recognize his deep religiosity, yet his freedom from superstition. Follow in his footsteps, so that when your final hour arrives, you may find your conscience as clear as his. Sober yourself. Reclaim your senses. Shake off the sleep that clings to you, and recognize that it was merely a dream that troubled your mind. Now that you are fully awake, consider the waking world just as you did the dream, and composed of a fragile body and a soul. The body feels indifferent to all things, for it cannot distinguish between them. Just as the mind becomes indifferent to those things not arising from its own activities. All these elements indeed lie within its power. However, it concerns itself only with what is present. The activities of the past and future hold no significance for it now. No labor of the hands or feet is against nature, provided it is appropriate for those hands or feet to perform it. Likewise, one man considering his self, one man considering his body. No labor of the hands or feet is against nature. Likewise, one man considering his body is against nature. Likewise, one man considering his body is against nature. Nature is like as much as its process. The body feels indifferent to all things, for it cannot distinguish between them. However, it concerns itself only with what is present. No labor of the hands or feet is against nature, provided it is appropriate for those hands or feet to perform it. Likewise, one man is appropriate. Toil is not contrary to the nature of man, provided he is engaged in the work appointed for him. If such work is not contrary to his nature, then it cannot be deemed evil. Consider how many pleasures have been indulged in by robbers, debauchers, murderers, and tyrants. Do you not see how common artisans, despite their efforts to please the public to some degree, remain steadfast to the principles of their craft and cannot bear to stray from them? Is it not disheartening? Then, that architects and physicians demonstrate greater adherence to the tenets of their respective professions than humans do to their own reason, a gift they share with the divine. Asia and Europe are but small corners of the universe. The vastness of the sea is just a drop, and Athos is merely a clod. Every moment we experience is but a brief instant in the continuum of eternity. All things are insignificant, mutable, and ephemeral. Everything arises from universal intelligence, either directly or as a result of it. Hence, even the jaws of lions, poisons, and all things we deem harmful thorns and mire are ultimately offspring of the grand and the beautiful. So, do not assume they are disconnected from that which you hold sacred. Instead, reflect deeply on the origins of all things. He who has perceived the present has glimpsed all that has existed since the dawn of time and all that will endure for eternity. But, for all things share a common essence and form. Consider often the interconnection of everything in the universe and the relationships that bind them. All things are intertwined, and thus they are inherently friendly to one another. One element follows another in a natural order, driven by local movements and the harmony that permeates the whole. Embrace the circumstances that your destiny has bestowed upon you. Cherish those whom you are meant to share your life with, and do so with genuine affection. A tool or an instrument is in good condition when it is well suited for its intended purpose. Yet its creator does not remain alongside it. However, within the living organisms of nature lies the very power that brought them into existence. You should, therefore, hold this power in high regard, believing that if you align your actions with its will, everything will unfold as it should. For indeed, the universe operates in reason. Whenever we perceive something beyond our control as being good or evil for us, we tend to blame the gods if misfortune strikes or if we fail to attain the good. This preoccupation with such matters can lead to much injustice. However, if we only consider those things within our power as good or evil, then there's no longer any reason to accuse the gods or harbor resentment towards others. We are all part of a collective endeavor, some of us with awareness and understanding, while others participate unknowingly and without intention. In this context, believe Heraclitus was right when he stated that people are laboring even in their sleep, contributing to the collective work that unfolds throughout the universe. Each plays a unique role. Even those who grumble and oppose the natural order still contribute significantly. The world has a place for everyone, including them. Therefore, it's up to you to determine where you see yourself fitting in. The guiding mind will undoubtedly utilize you for a greater purpose, enlisting you among its workers and collaborators. Just ensure that your role isn't relegated to the trivial comic scenes of the play. As Chrysippus pointed out, does the sun aspire to do the work of the rain, or Aesculapius to perform the duties of Ceres? And what about the various stars? Though distinct, don't they all work together towards a common goal? If the gods deliberated about my life and what would happen to me, surely their counsel was wise. It's hard to imagine the gods lacking foresight, and what would compel them to intentionally bring me harm? What benefit would arise from that, either for them or for the universe they oversee? If the gods have not deliberated specifically about me, they have surely considered the greater good of the universe. Thus, should accept, with a light heart and a peaceful mind, the fate that arises from their divine will. If, indeed, it is a blasphemy to think they take no counsel at all, then we should abandon our sacrifices, our prayers, our oaths and all acts of devotion we perform, as if they were present among us. However, even if the gods disregard my personal affairs, still have the responsibility to reflect on my own well-being. It is my duty to recognize what is in my best interest. Each person's true interest aligns with their nature, and mine is both rational and social. As Marcus Aurelius, my city and my homeland is Rome. As a human being, my true home is the world. Therefore, stop. What benefits these two realms is what can truly benefit me. Everything that happens to the individual ultimately serves the greater whole. This understanding is sufficient. However, if you take a closer look, you'll find that it is a universal truth that everything that happens to one person ultimately benefits the rest of humanity. Benefit here should be understood in a broad sense, as pertaining to things that are indifferent, in places like the amphitheater and other such venues. The same or similar spectacles, when presented continuously, eventually become tiresome. This holds true for all our experiences in life. Everything, both beginnings and endings, bears similarities and comes from the same source. When will this pattern come to an end? Reflect continually on all the men who have passed away. Individuals of every type and condition, from every pursuit and every nation. Recall those like Philistion, Phoebus, and Origanian. Consider the generations of the deceased that follow. Ultimately, we must all change our dwelling and journey to the place where so many great orators, revered philosophers such as Heraclitus, Pythagoras, Socrates, and numerous heroes have gone, along with countless generals and princes. Add to these Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes, as well as other sharp, great, industrious, cunning, and innovative, mistress, and proud spirits, indeed, those who have cleverly mocked this fleeting mortal life, which lasts but a day, like Menippus and his brethren. Reflect on how all of these have long since been laid to rest, and what harm has come to them, or even to those whose names have faded from memory. The one precious aspect of life is to spend it in unwavering truth and justice, embracing kindness even towards the false and unjust. When you seek to uplift your heart, turn your thoughts to the various virtues of those who surround you. Notice the diligence of one, the humility of another, the generosity of a third, and the numerous other virtues exhibited by the rest. Nothing brings greater joy to the heart than seeing the goodness reflected in the characters of those around us. Let us, therefore, keep such examples ever before us for contemplation. Are you troubled that you weigh only these few pounds and not 300? If you're not troubled by weighing only a few pounds instead of 300, should you then feel greater sorrow for the limited number of years you have to live? You're at peace with the amount of matter you possess. So, too, should you be content with the time allotted to you? Seek to persuade others to share your views, but regardless of their agreement, you remain committed to the path you've chosen, especially when guided by principles of justice. If someone stands opposed to you forcefully, respond with calmness, showing that you are unaffected. Use that obstacle as an opportunity to cultivate another virtue, keeping in mind that your goals should not include chasing the impossible. Ultimately, what is your aim? It is to make a good effort, such as this. If that's the case, then you have succeeded, even if your initial objective isn't fully realized. The vainglorious person finds happiness in the actions of others. The sensualist locates it within his own experiences. The wise individual discovers it in his own work. You have the power to form no opinion about this or that, allowing you to achieve peace of mind. Material things do not possess the ability to shape our opinions. Train yourself to listen attentively to what others say, and as much as you can, try to understand the speaker's thoughts. What benefits the swarm benefits the bee. If sailors criticize their pilot or the sick complain about their physician, who will they trust or obey? How can the pilot ensure the crew's safety, or the physician restore health to the patients? How many who came into the world with me have already departed? To the jaundiced, honey tastes bitter. To those bitten by rabid dogs, water becomes something to fear. To children, A ball is a wondrous delight. So, why do you feel anger? Does a mistaken belief hold less power than a touch of bile in the jaundiced? Or a trace of poison in someone who has been bitten? No one can prevent you from living according to your true nature, and nothing can happen to you that goes against the design of the universe. Reflect on what people are, whom they try to please, what they hope to achieve, and how they go about reaching their goals. Consider how swiftly eternity will envelop everything, and how much has already been cloaked in it. End of the 6th book. Book 7. 1. What is vice? It is something you have encountered many times before. In every instance, remember that you have witnessed something similar. Look closely, and you will find a familiar pattern everywhere. Among the events that fill the annals of ancient, medieval, and modern times, within the aspects of life that our cities and homes contain today, nothing is truly new. Everything is both familiar and fleeting. 2. How can the great principles of life become obsolete if the impressions that align with them are not erased? These impressions can still be revived. Always form an appropriate opinion about this or that. ... So, if that's the case, ... why do you feel disturbed? What exists outside my mind holds no significance for it. Understand this, and you will stand tall. / you can always refresh your life, see things anew. ... Just as you once did. And your life will be renewed. Your trivial concerns for appearances. ... For performances. For your flocks and herds. ... Are like bones thrown for the competition of puppies. Like bait cast into a pond. Like the labor of ants and the burdens they carry. ... Like the frantic scurrying of scared mice. Or the antics of puppets pulled by strings. Amid all of this, your duty is to remain steadfast. ... While recognizing that a man's value is determined by the worth of what he pursues. In conversation, ... we should pay close attention to what's being said. ... And in every endeavor, we should focus on what is being done. ... In the latter case, ... always keep your end goal in mind. And in the former, ... grasp the intended meaning. ... Is my understanding adequate for this business? ... Or not? If it is adequate, ... I shall use it as a tool for the task at hand. ... A gift bestowed upon me by nature. If it is not sufficient, it either step aside for someone better suited to achieve the goal, or, if that is not an appropriate course of action for some reason, will do my best, seeking the help of those who can guide my thinking and accomplish something valuable for the common good. Everything due, whether independently or with the assistance of others, should be directed solely toward what is beneficial and useful for public service. How many of those who were once celebrated are now forgotten? And how many of those who once celebrated them have long since passed away? Do not be ashamed to seek help. It is your duty to do your part, just as it is a soldier's duty when the wall is stormed. What does it matter if you are injured and cannot scale the walls alone, if you can do so with another's assistance? And do not worry about the future. You will approach it, if necessary, with the same reasoning power you apply to your current tasks. All things are interconnected, bound together by a sacred unity. Hardly anything exists that is entirely foreign to another. They all stand together, united to form one ordered whole. The universe, composed of all things, one interconnected whole, is a singular entity. Through everything flows a single divine essence. Existence is one, and the law, which embodies the reason shared by all intelligent beings, is also united in truth. This is to say that there is but one kind of perfection accessible to all entities of the same nature that share the same rational capacity. Everything material quickly merges back into the totality of existence, and every active force is swiftly returned to the universal reason. The memory of all things fades quickly into eternity. In reasoning, to act in accordance with nature is to act in alignment with reason. Strive to be upright. This is to say that there is but one kind of perfection accessible to all entities of the same nature that share the same rational capacity. Everything material quickly merges back into the totality of existence. This idea will resonate more deeply with you if you frequently remind yourself, I am a member of the great organism composed of reasoning individuals. You have yet to cultivate a genuine love for humanity. At this stage, you do not yet appreciate good deeds for their own sake and still fulfill your basic responsibilities without recognizing that you benefit yourself through these actions. Let the external world influence those parts that are susceptible to such affections. If a part of you is suffering, it may complain about its pain. But it may, by refusing to see the situation as bad, remain unharmed. It is certainly within my power not to accept it as such. Regardless of what others say or do, must strive to be a good person. Just as gold, emeralds, let men do or say what they please, must remain an emerald and maintain my shine. The soul that governs you does not trouble itself. It does not awaken its own fears or stir its own desires. If another can evoke grief or terror, let them do so. The soul, through its own impressions, will not be swayed into such emotions. Let the body consider its own well-being, if it can, to avoid suffering and to refrain from complaining about it when it does. The soul, through which we experience fear and sorrow, and through which we perceive any impressions of these feelings, will not entertain suffering. You cannot compel it to adopt such a perspective. The ruling part is, in itself, in itself, in itself, free from all dependence unless it chooses to depend on something else. Likewise, it can remain untroubled and unobstructed if it does not choose to disturb or obstruct itself. To be fortunate is to have a good spirit or a clear mind. What do you want here? Imagination? Depart. Say, just as you arrived, have no need for you. You say you came in your usual manner. I'm not angry with you, but please leave. Are you afraid of change? What can exist without it? What could be more delightful or fitting to the nature of the universe? Can you enjoy a warm bath unless the wood undergoes a transformation? Can you be nourished without a change occurring in your food? Is there any useful endeavor that can be accomplished without changes? Do you not see that the change happening within you is just like these and equally essential to the fabric of the universe? Through the very substance of the universe, it is as if carried by a torrent. All things are propelled along. They share the same essence and work together in harmony. Just as the various parts of our own bodies cooperate, how many Chrysippus, how many Socrateses, how many Epictetuses have the passage of ages consumed? Keep this perspective with you about every person, in every circumstance. My only concern is to ensure that do nothing contrary to the nature of humanity, nothing that does not align with what it means to be human, nothing that is not in harmony with our collective essence. The time is approaching when you will be forgotten, and when all will forget you. It is our duty as human beings to love even those who wrong us. You can reach this understanding by recognizing that those who err are your fellow beings, acting out of ignorance and against their better judgment. Keep in mind that soon both you and they will face the inevitability of death. Above all, remember that they have not truly harmed you. They have not corrupted your soul beyond its original state. Nature, above all, guiding from the universal substance, takes the essence of what is around us, forming a horse from wax, then dismantling it to create a tree, and later a man, before transforming it into yet another form. Each of these shapes exists only for a brief moment. There is nothing dreadful in being broken down, just as there was nothing fearful in being formed. wrathful expression stands entirely against nature. When a face often bears this distortion, its beauty fades and ultimately extinguishes, never to be revived. Understand that this is contrary to reason. If the sense of moral evil is absent, why would one wish to continue living? In a short span of time, nature, the supreme and universal ruler, will transform everything you see. From their essence, she will create new forms. And from those forms, she will create others, ensuring that the universe remains ever fresh. Whenever someone causes you offense, then take a moment to ponder how they may have erred in their understanding of good and evil. When you recognize their mistake, you will find it in yourself to feel pity rather than surprise or anger. In truth, you may also mistakenly consider the same things good as they do, or something quite similar. Your responsibility, then, is to forgive. And if you let go of these misguided notions of good and bad, you will find it easier to show compassion to those who are still confused. Don't dwell on what you lack. Instead, focus on what you already possess. Choose the best from what you have, and reflect on how desperately you would have yearned for it had it not been yours. However, be cautious. Let your joy in these possessions not lead you to overvalue them. For if they were to slip away, you would be left in distress. Retreat into your inner self. The rational mind that governs you naturally finds satisfaction in living justly and in the tranquility that such conduct brings. Eliminate fanciful thoughts. Control the harsh impulses of your passions. Direct your energy to the present moment. Observe clearly all that unfolds. Whether it concerns you or someone else. Dissect and analyze all situations into their causes and elements. Contemplate your final moments. Allow another's sins to remain where the blame belongs. Engage your mind fully with what is being said. Delve into the essence of all events and their underlying causes. Delight in simplicity, modesty, and cultivate an indifference to the gray areas that lie between good and bad. Love humanity and obey the divine, all things. As someone once said, proceed according to law and order. But what if there is nothing beyond the atoms? Even if that is the case, it is sufficient to remember that almost everything is influenced by law. When it comes to death, if the universe is merely a collection of atoms, then death is simply the dispersal of these particles. If it is a harmonized whole, then death signifies either an end or a transition to another state. On the topic of pain, intolerable pain leads us toward release. Pain that endures must be bearable. The mind can distance itself from the body, and the soul remains unharmed. As for the parts that are in pain, they should voice their discontent if they are able. Regarding glory, reflect on the understanding of people, what they avoid, and what they seek. And reflect that just as piles of sand are heaped upon one another, with the later drifts burying and obscuring those that came before, so too in life, the past ages are quickly overshadowed by those that follow. Consider this from Plato. To the man who possesses true grandeur of mind, who contemplates all time and all existence, can human life truly seem significant? Impossible, the other responds. And can such a person view death as something to fear? Not at all. Antisthenes remarked that it is a king's duty to do good and receive criticism for it. It is indeed shameful that the countenance should obey the mind, arranging and ordering itself as the mind commands, while the mind cannot organize itself as it wishes. All anger directed at external circumstances is futile, for they are indifferent to it. Let us find joy for ourselves and the immortal gods. Life is like the ear of grain. Some are cut down while others remain unharvested. If the gods seem to neglect me and my children, it must be for a reason that serves our greater good. For stand firm in righteousness and justice. Do not weep with them, nor succumb to these waves of sorrow. From Plato would respond to him, you are mistaken. My friend, to believe that a man of any worth should weigh the odds of living and dying. Instead, He should consider in all his actions whether he is acting justly or unjustly, whether he is embodying the role of a good man or a bad one. He further states, in truth, Athenians, this is the situation. Wherever a man has chosen to station himself, believing it to be the best place for him, or wherever he has been placed by his commander, there he ought to remain, come what may, disregarding death or any other misfortune except for dishonor. Once more, he reflects, consider, my friend, whether the truly noble and the truly good are not entirely separate from the concerns of saving oneself or being saved. True man should not yearn merely to extend his days, but should not make that the focal point of his aspirations. Rather, he should surrender the matter to the will of God. Embracing the saying that even women acknowledge, no man can escape his destiny. He should also reflect on how best to spend the remainder of his life. Contemplate the movements of the stars. As one should align oneself with their rhythm. Additionally, consider the continual transformations of the elements into one another. Pondering such matters helps cleanse the impurities of this earthly existence. It's a profound notion from Plato that when we discuss humanity, we should look down as from a high place, upon all earthly affairs, viewing herds and armies, agriculture and marriage, farewells, births, and deaths. Observe the chaos of courtrooms, the desolate parts of the earth, the varied spectacle of savage nations, the joys of feasting, and the sorrows of lamentation, as well as the hustle of commerce. Take in the rich tapestry of life and the order that arises from its inherent contradictions. Reflect on the past and the revolutions of countless empires. From this perspective, and there, you can anticipate what is yet to come. The patterns will always remain the same. The events cannot alter the rhythm in which they are currently unfolding. Thus, observing human life for 40 years is much like observing it for a myriad of years. What more is there to witness? Everything that originated from the earth returns to it, while that which is of divine essence ascends back to the heavens. This suggests either the untangling of a knot of atoms or a similar dispersal of unchanging elements. Many have tried to divert the course of death with feasts, potions, charms, or magical arts, within hopes of escaping its grasp. Yet, we must endure the winds that blow from the divine, persevering in labor without complaint. He may be a more skilled wrestler than you, but he is not necessarily more civic-minded, more humble, or better equipped to handle the whims of fate. Nor is he gentler toward the shortcomings of his neighbors. Wherever we can act in alignment with the reason that binds both gods and men, there we have nothing to fear. Wherever we can benefit from fruitful activities that align with the essence of our nature, we need fear no harm. In every situation and at all times, we can sincerely accept our current circumstances and act justly with those around us. We should strive to understand our thoughts as they arise, to ensure that none can catch us off guard before we fully grasp them. Do not pry into the souls of others. Instead, focus on the goal toward which nature is guiding you, where the nature of the universe is directing you through external events, and where your own essence is leading you through your actions. Each being has a role to play for which it was created. All other beings exist for the benefit of those endowed with reason, just as all lower forms of existence exist for the sake of those that surpass them. Reasoning beings, in turn, were created for one another. Therefore, the primary principle in human nature is the social spirit, followed closely by the mastery over the desires of the body. For it is the nature of reason to impose limits upon itself, never yielding to the urges of the senses or the impulses of passion, both of which are instinctual. The intellect aspires to govern these aspects and should never be subjugated to them. So, and rightly so, So, for it is designed to command and utilize all lower faculties. The third aspect of a reasoning being's essence is the prudence to guard against impulsivity and mistakes. Let the soul proceed confidently along its path, anchored in these principles, and it will possess its full potential. Consider yourself as if you are already dead, and view your life as complete and in the past. Live whatever remains in accordance with nature's laws, as a gift granted to you beyond your expectations. Embrace only what fate has allocated to you. What comes your way as part of the grand design? Indeed, what could possibly suit you better? In every circumstance, remember those who have faced similar events. They responded with frustration, shocking replies, wonder, and lamentation. But now, where are they? They are gone forever. Why should you play the same role? Leave these unnatural disturbances to fickle individuals who change and are changed. Instead, focus on how you can make good use of such events. There is indeed a way to use them well. They can provide the foundation for virtuous actions. Let it be your sole purpose and desire to earn your own approval in all that you do. And remember that the material aspects of both that effort and that desire are indifferent. Look inward. Within you lies the fountain of goodness. Keep digging, and it will always flow forth. Maintain the body in a state of steadiness, free from irregularities, whether in its movements or postures. Just as the soul reveals itself in the face through a wise and graceful demeanor, the whole body should express that same clarity. However, all of this must be practiced without any pretense. The art of living resembles that of a wrestler more than that of a dancer. For the wrestler must always remain alert. Standing firm against the sudden, unforeseen moves of his opponent. Reflect constantly on the kind of people whose approval you seek, and consider the nature of them, souls. This awareness will help you refrain from blaming those who err unwillingly. And you will find yourself less in need of their praise when you understand the true motivations behind their opinions and desires. Every soul, as Plato says, reluctantly parts with the truth. The same applies to justice, temperance, kindness, and every virtue. It is essential to keep this truth at the forefront of your mind. By doing so, you will develop a more compassionate attitude towards all people. In times of pain, remember that there is no shame in it. It cannot harm the soul that guides you, nor can it destroy that soul as a reasoning or social force. In the depths of pain, find solace in the words of Epicurus, who reminds us that pain is neither unbearable nor everlasting, neither happy, if you keep its limits in mind and refrain from adding to it with your imagination. Remember, remember too, that we often suffer from many things that mirror pain, be it drowsiness, excessive heat, or a lack of appetite. When these annoyances arise, remember yourself that you are succumbing to discomfort. Be mindful not to respond to the most inhumane individuals as they do to their fellow beings. It begs the question, why conclude that Teleges possessed a brighter genius than Socrates? It is not merely because Socrates died with greater glory. It argued more persuasively against the sophists, or endured a cold night vigil with more patience. It is not solely due to his refusal to arrest the innocent Salaminian, considering it more noble to disobey. Nor is it because of any grandiose demeanor he may have projected in public, a demeanor we may rightfully choose to question. But, assuming all this to be true, when we contemplate Socrates, we must consider what kind of soul he possessed. Could he find fulfillment in acting justly towards others and with reverence towards the gods? not easily swayed by the vices of those around him, nor servilely flattering them in their ignorance. Did he find nothing strange in the decrees of the ruler of the universe, not allowing himself to be crushed by anything intolerable, and refusing to surrender his soul to the desires of the flesh? Nature has not so intertwined the soul with the body that it cannot establish its own limits and fulfill its own purpose independently. Not refusing to surrender his soul to the desires of the flesh, nor servilely flattering them in their ignorance. Not because of any grandiose demeanor he may have projected in public. Nature has not so intertwined the soul with the body that it cannot establish its own limits and fulfill its own purpose independently. It is entirely possible to be a god among men, yet remain unrecognized by anyone. Always remember this: the essence of a happy life lies in a very few things, and even if you feel despondent about achieving greatness in logic or science, you should not lose hope in striving to become a free individual, full of humility, selflessness, and obedience to God. It is within your power to rise above all violence and maintain a profound sense of calm, even if every single person were to speak ill of you. Even if wild beasts were to rend apart this fragile body that has grown alongside you, what could prevent the soul from remaining tranquil, making just judgments about the world around it, and adeptly navigating whatever challenges come its way? Judgment can tell misfortune. Your true essence is this or that, despite how you may present yourself to others. Meanwhile, circumstance can be met with the mindset, was expecting you. To me, everything that exists is an opportunity for rationality and social virtue. Indeed, for that art that belongs to both humans and God. Everything that happens is suitable and familiar for the purposes of both God and humanity. Nothing is truly new or impossible. Rather, everything is well understood and ripe for action. It is the perfection of morals to live each day as if it were your last, without excitement, without laziness, without deceit. Gods, who are immortal, are not troubled by the endless wickedness of countless sinners. In fact, they shower them with all kinds of loving care. Yet, that means you, who are about to cease existing, can bear so little, even though you are also one of the sinners. It is absurd that you do not flee from the vice within yourself, which you have the power to do, while you strive to escape the vice in others, which is beyond your control. Whatever the rational and social faculties deem unfit for reason or for the community, they correctly classify as inferior. When you perform a kind act, another benefits from it. Why, like fools, do you seek something more, a reputation for kindness, or a reward in return? No man tires of what brings him benefit, and your true benefit lies in acting according to nature. Therefore, do not grow weary of gaining by that which also brings gain to others. Nature set about creating an ordered universe. Thus, either everything that exists follows a law of necessary consequence and connection, or we must acknowledge that the most excellent things, those that seem to be specially designed for the impulses of the universal mind, possess the least rationality. Keeping this in mind will offer you tranquility on many occasions. End of the 7th book. Book 8. To curb vainglory, it is helpful to remember that you can no longer shape your entire life, even from your youth, into a life worthy of a philosopher. Many know it, and you know it too, how far you are from wisdom. Confusion surrounds you, and it is not an easy task for you to earn the reputation of a philosopher. The circumstances of your life stand against it. Now, therefore, as you truly understand the situation, cast aside all thoughts of reputation among men. Let it be sufficient for you to live as long as your nature intends, even if it's just the briefest span of life. Focus instead on understanding your nature and concern yourself with nothing else. You have made many attempts and have wandered far, yet you have not discovered happiness, neither in logical arguments, nor in wealth, fame, pleasure, nor in anything else. So where, then, can happiness be found? In fulfilling the role that human nature demands of you. How can you fulfill that role? By holding principles at the core of your desires and actions. Which principles? The principles of good and evil, that nothing is good for a person if it does not make them just, temperate, courageous, and free, and that nothing is truly evil if it does not lead them away from these qualities. In every action, ask yourself, what is the effect of this on me? Will regret it later? Remember, we'll soon be dead, and all these things will fade away. What more should desire is my current actions are in harmony with an intelligent and social being, governed by the same laws as the gods. Compared to the likes of Alexander, Caesar, and Pompey, what were they next to Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? These thinkers understood the nature of things, their causes, and their essence, with minds united in clarity. Meanwhile, the others were caught up in endless schemes, enslaved by their ambitions. People will continue on their paths regardless of your protests. Above all, remain untroubled. Everything unfolds as dictated by universal nature, and before long, you too will depart, just as Hadrian and Augustus have. Therefore, take a moment to reflect on the nature of what has transpired. Keeping in mind that your duty is to be a good person, act fearlessly according to what humanity requires, and speak with justice, while embodying kindness, humility, and sincerity. It is the work of nature to transfer what is here to another place, to change things, to carry them away, and to set them down elsewhere. Everything is in a state of change. 2. Yet there is no need to fear innovation, for all things adhere to the laws of custom, and in equal measure. Everything is allocated its due. For every being, it is sufficient to continue on its path and to flourish. The rational being thrives when it does not assent to false or uncertain beliefs, when it channels its impulses toward selfless goals, when it directs its desires and aversions only toward things within its reach, and when it embraces with contentment all that universal nature dictates. Each of our natures is a part of this universal nature, just as a leaf is part of a tree. The leaf, indeed, belongs to an insensible and unreasoning system that can be obstructed. But human nature is a part of that universal system which cannot be hindered and which is intelligent and just. Therefore, what is allocated to each one of us in terms of time, matter, active principles, and progress, abilities and events is given fairly. However, do not expect each individual thing to correspond perfectly to another. Instead, consider the entirety of one and compare it with the entirety of the other. You may feel you lack the leisure to read, but you certainly do have the time to suppress all arrogance. You have the ability to rise above pleasure, pain, and empty pride, to temper your anger towards the ungrateful, and even to extend genuine care towards them. Do not allow anyone to hear you criticize the life of the court, nor should you speak ill of it even to yourself. Regret is a form of self-blame, arising from our failure to see something beneficial. Anything that is genuinely good must, in some way, be useful and worthy of the attention of a noble person. Thus, such a person would never feel remorse for missing out on an opportunity for pleasure. Consequently, pleasure is neither useful nor good. For each thing, inquire, what is this in its essence and by its nature? What is its substance or material composition? What is the cause behind it? What role does it play in the universe? How long will it last? When you find it difficult to awaken from sleep, remind yourself that engaging in social activities aligns with your nature as a human being. while sleep is shared with animals, ... that which corresponds to the nature of each species is most suitable, ... most appropriate, ... and most pleasurable for it. Consistently, ... and ideally on every occasion, ... apply the principles of physics, ... ethics, ... and dialectic to your thoughts. Whenever you encounter someone, ... immediately ask yourself, what are this person's views on good and evil? For if they subscribe to a certain belief about pleasure and pain, ... or about glory and shame, ... life and death, it won't seem strange or surprising to me that they act in a particular way. We'll remember that they have no choice but to behave accordingly. Remember that, ... just as it is foolish to be surprised that a fig tree produces figs, it is equally foolish to be astonished that the universe produces what it has always borne. It is folly for a physician to be surprised when a man succumbs to a fever, or for a pilot to be taken aback when the wind shifts against him. Consider that changing your course and seeking guidance from someone who can set you right does not compromise your freedom. The decision is yours, made of your own volition and judgment, based on your own understanding. If you have the power to change your actions, why would you choose otherwise? If the power lies with another, who will you blame? The atoms or the gods? Blaming either is sheer madness. Therefore, assign no blame. If you can, rectify the cause of the error. If that's not possible, at least try to correct the outcome. If even that is out of reach, what good will your accusations do? Everything ought to be done with purpose. Finally, remember this: that which dies does not simply vanish from the universe. If it remains here, then it too undergoes a transformation, resolving into those elements that make up the world and you as well. These two change and do not complain. The horse, the vine, all things are formed for a purpose. Where's the mystery in that? Even the sun says, was created for a specific task, and in the same way, so do the other gods. For what purpose were you created? For pleasure? Consider whether your soul can truly embrace that notion. Nature has an intention behind everything, not just in their beginnings and continuance, but also in their ends and cessation. It's like a man throwing a ball. So, where is the benefit for the ball as it rises? Where is the harm when it falls? And where is the harm in it having already fallen? What good does the bubble possess while it remains intact? What evil arises when it bursts? So it is with the lamp that burns now and will eventually go out. Now, turn the inner part of this body inside out and examine it as it is. What will it become when it grows old? Or decayed? The one who praises and the one who is praised? The one who remembers and the one who is remembered? Have a fleeting existence, confined to a small corner of this narrow world. And yet, even in this limited space, people struggle to find harmony, not even within themselves. In truth, the entire world is but a mere dot. Pay close attention to what lies before you. Whether it is a principle, an action, or a word, your suffering is well-deserved, for you would prefer to become good tomorrow rather than being good today. Am engaged in any action, let me undertake it with a spirit of service to humanity. Whatever comes my way, accept it and attribute it to the gods, the universal source from which all things flow in the chain of consequence. Consider the unpleasant aspects of bathing: oil, sweat, grime, filthy water. How unappealing they all are. Such is every aspect of life and everything that confronts us. Lucilla buried Verus, and shortly thereafter followed him to the grave. Secunda witnessed the death of Maximus, and soon thereafter she too passed away. Epitintius buried Diotimus, and then Epitintius was laid to rest as well. Antoninus mourned Faustina, and soon after he too was mourned. Celer buried Hadrian, and then Celer himself was buried. all follow the same path. The clever men who once predicted the fates of others, or who swelled with pride, where are they now? Where are the sharp minds of Charax, Demetrius the Platonist, Eudaimon, and others like them? They all existed for a moment, and now are long gone. Some are scarcely remembered shortly after their deaths. Some have become mere fables. Others have faded even from the tales of old. Therefore, remember this: either the fragile mixture that is you must be dispersed, or the faint breath of life must be extinguished or relocated to another realm. The joy of man lies in fulfilling his proper role. And what is that role? It is to be kind to his fellow beings, to rise above the impulses of the senses, to scrutinize every plausible thought, and to contemplate the universal nature and all her consequences. We all share three relationships. The first relationship is with the myriad circumstances of our existence. The second is with the supreme, divine cause from which all things flow to all men. And the third is with those with whom we share our lives. Pain can be viewed as an affliction of the body. Let the body declare that fact, or as an affliction of the soul. However, the soul has the capacity to maintain its peace and not perceive pain as an evil. All judgment, intention, desire, and aversion reside within the soul, and no evil can penetrate that domain. Erase false notions from your mind and remind yourself often, it is within my power to keep my soul free from all wickedness, all desire, all confusion, all disturbance. Recognizing the true nature of things can then use them in their proper measure. Always remember this gift that nature has bestowed upon you. When you speak, whether in the Senate or elsewhere, prioritize dignity over charm. Let your words be grounded in truth and virtue. The court of Augustus, including his wife, including his daughter, his baby son, his descendants, and his ancestors, his sister, Agrippa, his relatives and friends, Arius and Maecenas, his daughters and priests, death claims them all. Now, consider the demise of an entire lineage, like that of Pompey, and reflect on the epitaphs we sometimes encounter. He was the last of his line. Finally, think about the concern these great figures had for ensuring the survival of their own legacy. Yet, finally, ultimately, there comes a time when one must be the last, and with that individual, the entire house fades away. Order your life in each individual act so that, if each one fulfills its intended purpose, that will be enough. In this, no one can impede you, but you might ask, isn't it possible for something external to stand in my way? The answer is that nothing can prevent you from pursuing justice, temperance, and wisdom. You may think that some other endeavor of yours could be hindered. That may be true, but by yielding to that obstacle and calmly directing your focus towards what you can control, you might discover another course of action that aligns perfectly with the orderly life we are discussing. Embrace the gifts of fortune without arrogance, and let them go without hesitation. Consider how you've seen a hand, a foot, or a head severed from the body, lying lifeless apart from it. In a similar way, anyone who grumbles about their circumstances, who separates themselves from others, or who engages in selfish actions, creates their own disconnect. Have you distanced yourself from the natural unity? Nature intended for you to be a part of the whole, yet you've chosen to isolate yourself. However, there remains the beautiful possibility for you to reconnect if you choose to do so. In no other case has God granted the privilege of reunion to a separated or severed part. Yet, in no other case has God granted the privilege of reunion to a separated or severed part. Yet, behold the goodness and abundance with which God has honored mankind. First, He has empowered us not to be severed from this unity. And then, even when we find ourselves separated, He allows us to return once more, to reclaim our places as parts of the whole, and to grow in unity with it again. Universal nature, in her wisdom, has endowed each rational being with nearly all its faculties and abilities, bestowing upon us this particular gift among them. Just as nature assimilates, organizes, incorporates all that resists or opposes her, each rational being can turn every obstacle in their path into an opportunity for action, using it to guide themselves toward their purpose. Whatever that may be, do not overwhelm yourself by contemplating the entirety of life, nor by dwelling on the multitude and intensity of the pains and troubles you may possibly encounter. As each challenge arises, ask yourself, is there anything unbearable or intolerable in this situation? You might find it hard to admit. Remember that it is not the past or the future that can weigh you down, but always the present moment. The difficulties of the present will diminish significantly if you keep them within their rightful limits, and you must hold yourself accountable if you cannot endure even this one challenge. Do Panthea or Pergamus sit weeping at the grave of Verus, or do Cabrius or Diotimus grieve at Hadrian's tomb? It's absurd. Even if they were still in mourning, would their masters even notice? And if they did notice, would it bring them joy? Or if it pleased them, would it bring them joy? Could the mourners live forever? Was it not destined that they would grow old and ultimately perish? So, would it bring them joy? What becomes of the esteemed departed when these devoted souls are no longer around? What a futile effort it all is for a wretched body, nothing more than blood and decay. If you possess keen insight, the philosopher advises, use it wisely and with discretion. In the essence of a rational being, see no virtue designed to restrain justice. Rather, observe that continence is meant to hold back sensual pleasures, Now, if you can strip away your opinions regarding what seems to cause you pain, you will find yourself on the firmest ground. What is that self? It is reason. But I'm not reason, you might say. Very well. Then, do not allow reason to suffer itself, but let any part of you that experiences pain cling to its own views of that suffering. Obstruction of any sense is indeed a misfortune for our animal nature, as is the hindrance of any of its impulses. Similarly, for the nature of plants, there are other forms of obstruction that can lead to their detriment. Hence, for rational nature, the obstruction of understanding is also a misfortune. Consider this all in relation to yourself. Do pain and pleasure have an impact on you? Allow the senses to manage that. Does anything impede your intentions? If you have designed your plans without the necessary considerations, that alone is a misfortune for you as a reasoning being. However, if you have worked with a broad perspective in mind, you are neither harmed nor hindered. No one can obstruct the true functioning of the mind. Not fire, nor sword, nor tyranny, nor slander can affect it, nor anything else. When it is perfect and complete as a sphere, have no reason to trouble myself, as have never willingly troubled anyone else. Each person finds their own joy. Mine comes from ensuring my rational mind remains sound, free from aversion to anyone or to any misfortune that may befall humanity. Yet, now, let me view all things with kindness. Let me embrace and utilize everything according to its true value. Make sure to take advantage of the present moment. Those who chase after a legacy meant to outlive them often forget that future generations will be just as human as those who irritate them now, and that they too will face mortality. And afterwards, what will the clamor of their voices mean to you? What will the clamor of their voices mean to you? What will the clamor of their voices mean to you? No one can obstruct the true functioning of the mind. No one. Or the opinions they hold about you. Carry me where you wish, for within me lies my own serenity. Free from agony, will be content as long as act according to my true nature. Is there any event significant enough to make my soul suffer, if events are solely those that are customary and natural? What reason is there for indignation? Universal nature has brought nothing upon you that you cannot endure. When you feel grief about something external, remember that it is not the thing itself that causes your distress, but your judgment of it. This judgment is within your control to change. If you experience grief over your own nature, who can stop you from altering your principles of life? If you're upset because you haven't taken on a task that you believe to be worthwhile and virtuous, take action on it rather than dwell on what remains undone. But what if an external force stands in my way? Then do not grieve, for the responsibility for the oversight does not rest with you. But life is not worth living if this task remains unfinished. In that case, exit life with the same kindness as if you had completed it, and maintain goodwill even towards those who stand in your way. Remember, the governing mind becomes invincible when it draws inward. Finding satisfaction in refusing to engage in what it deems unworthy, even if the resistance seems unreasonable. Imagine what that mind can achieve when, after careful consideration, it has aligned its judgment with reason. The soul, when liberated from passions, stands as a powerful fortress. There is no stronger refuge for a man to seek that grants him invincibility. He who fails to recognize this truth remains in ignorance. Conversely, those who see it but do not seek that refuge remain in misery. Limit your thoughts to what appearances reveal directly. If you hear that someone has spoken ill of you, all you know is that statement, not whether it causes you pain. Observe my child is unwell. That is all see. Do not perceive any danger. Focus solely on these initial observations. Resist the urge to add interpretations from within. And you will not suffer harm. Rather, understand that everything is part of the world's inherent nature. Is the gourd bitter? Set it aside. Are there thorns in your path? Simply walk around them. That is sufficient. Do not question, why do such things exist in the world? Naturalist would chuckle at you. Just as a carpenter or a shoemaker would if you started complaining about the shavings and scraps scattered across their workshop. These craftsmen have designated places to dispose of their waste. But universal nature has no such external space outside her domain. Yet, except for mastering her artistry, lies in the fact that, having confined herself within specific boundaries, she transforms everything within her grasp that appears corrupt or aged into something new. From these seemingly useless elements, she shapes fresh forms, demonstrating that she requires neither external matter nor a place to discard her refuse. She finds contentment in her own space, her own materials, and her own creativity. Do not be sluggish in your actions, nor muddled in your conversations, nor ambiguous in your beliefs. Avoid sudden outbursts or erratic expressions of your soul. In your life, strive to be steady and unhurried, even when others harm you, break you apart, or hurl insults your way. What does this have to do with the purity, wisdom, moderation, ministering anger, and justice of your soul? Consider a clear, sweet fountain. If someone were to criticize it, would it stop flowing its refreshing waters? If someone were to throw mud or filth into it, nothing. The fountain would swiftly disperse and wash away those impurities, remaining untainted. So, how can you cultivate this eternal living spring within yourself? By dedicating every hour of your life to freedom. Embracing a spirit of calmness, simplicity, and modesty. He who does not understand the universe is unaware of his place within it. He who lacks knowledge of its purpose cannot know himself and is blind to the world. Without this understanding, he cannot even articulate the purpose of his own existence. What kind of person? Then. Does he seem to you, who seeks the admiration or fears the anger of those who do not know where they are going or what they truly are? Do you wish to gain the approval of a person who curses himself thrice within an hour? Can you long to please someone who is not at peace with himself? Can anyone be at peace with their own choices when they find fault with nearly everything they do? No longer be content just to breathe in harmony with the air that surrounds you. Instead, strive to connect deeply with the intelligence that encompasses all things. The power of that intelligence is just as widely spread and deeply felt by anyone who is open to it, as is the virtue of the air to those who can inhale it. There is no all-encompassing evil that can harm the world. Not. Instead, strive to connect deeply with the intelligence that encompasses all things. The power of that intelligence is just as widely spread and deeply felt by anyone who is open to it. The specific wrongdoings of any individual affect no one but themselves. They only harm themselves. And even they possess the wonderful privilege that, as soon as they desire it, it can be completely free from it. To me, the will of another holds no significance, just as their breath and flesh are of little concern. And while we were all created for the sake of one another, the governing essence within each of us retains its own unique power. Otherwise, the shortcomings of another could become my own suffering. It was God's design that this should not be the case, ensuring that it is never within someone else's power to make me unhappy. The sun appears to be everywhere, illuminating all things, yet it never diminishes. This diffusion can be seen as an extension, which is why the Greek word for rays is believed to have originated from this concept. You can observe the nature of a ray if you watch it streaming through a small opening into a darkened room. Its path is direct. It reflects off solid surfaces, which shield it from the air beyond. There it remains, steadfast and unmoving. This should be how understanding flows and diffuses, never depleted, always extending its reach. It should not crash violently against obstacles, nor drift aimlessly aside, but instead rest firmly and illuminate whatever is capable of receiving its light. Those who refuse to transmit this light merely rob themselves of its brilliance. He who fears death is either afraid of the total cessation of sensation or the onset of a new experience. If all sensation ceases, then there can be no sense of evil. If a different kind of perception is gained, you become a different being, and life continues. Men were created for one another. Teach them better, or learn to endure them. The mind moves in one direction, while an arrow moves in another. When the mind proceeds with caution, or deliberates about what to pursue, it is still drawn straight toward its true goal. Delve into the inner workings of others, and allow others to explore your own. End of the 8th book. Book 9. He who commits injustice acts with impiety. Universal nature has designed rational beings to be of service to one another, each according to their merit, never to cause harm. To violate this intention is to sin against the most ancient and revered of the gods. One who lies also offends this divine order, for the essence of the whole reflects the nature of all existing things, and these existing things are interconnected with all that has come into being. Nature is indeed referred to as truth, and is the foundational source of all truths. Therefore, anyone who lies willingly is guilty of impiety, as deception inflicts harm. Even those who lie unwillingly are still out of harmony with universal nature, contributing to disorder in the universe by resisting its intended design. Anyone who opposes the truth is at war with nature. By neglecting the tools that nature has provided, they lose the ability to discern falsehood from truth. Similarly, those who prioritize pleasure as good and fear pain as evil also fall into impiety. Such individuals must frequently criticize common nature for the seemingly unfair distribution of fortune among both the wicked and the virtuous. The wicked often indulge in pleasures and have the means to pursue them, while the virtuous frequently face pain and endure what causes suffering. Moreover, those who fear pain may sometimes find themselves fearing something that is a necessary part of the world's order, which is itself an act of impiety. And he who seeks pleasure will not shy away from injustice, mind and body, and this is a clear act of impiety. In those matters to which common nature shows indifference, since if it had not created both, mind and body, it would not be indifferent to either. He who wishes to follow nature ought to align his mindset with hers and exhibit the same indifference. Mind. Anyone who is not indifferent to pain and pleasure, life and death, fame and disgrace, all of which universal nature treats with neutrality, is clearly acting impiously. When say that nature uses these states indifferently, we mean that they befall all beings equally and occur in the grand chain of consequences that began with the original impulse of providence. Providence. Mind, in accordance with this impulse, and starting from a specific origin, mind, set about creating the splendid structure of the universe once it had conceived the plan for all that was to be. It assigned distinct powers to produce the various substances, mind, transformations, mind, and sequences, mind. It would be a more desirable fate to depart from among humanity, untouched by falsehood, mind, hypocrisy, mind, luxury, mind, or vanity. Mind. Second choice might be to leave this world when one is overcome by these vices. Mind. Have you then chosen to remain in evil? Mind. Or has experience not yet urged you to escape this plague? For the corruption of the mind is far more insidious than any pestilential illness or change in the air we breathe. Mind. The former is a pestilence that afflicts beings as creatures, but the latter affects humanity as human beings. Do not despise death. Do not despise death. Rather, accept it with a peaceful heart as one of the things that nature has willed, just as youth, old age, growth, and maturity are all part of life. So too are the stages of developing teeth, growing a beard, becoming gray, and so on, procreating, carrying a child, and giving birth. Similarly, undergoing the final dissolution in death is just another aspect of the natural order of life. It is not wise for a man to be careless, impatient, or contemptuous towards death. Instead, he should await its arrival as a natural occurrence. Just as you anticipate the moment your wife brings forth a child into the world, so too should you prepare for the hour when your soul will depart from its earthly shell. If you're seeking comfort in this common reality, consider this thought that strikes at the heart of the matter. You will find peace in accepting death when you reflect on what you are about to leave behind, along with the complexity of the crowd from which your soul will be released. It is not justifiable to take offense at them. It is, in fact, your duty to show them kindness and to bear with them gently. Yet remember, when the moment of parting arrives, it will not be with those who share your beliefs and principles. For the only thing that could potentially bind you to life would be the presence of those who align with your values and way of thinking. End quote. But as it stands, you see how great is the fatigue and toil that arise from the conflicting paths of those who live together. You might cry out, death, lest too forget myself. The sinner transgresses against himself. The wrongdoer harms himself by becoming evil. People can be unjust not only through their actions, but also through their omissions. Find contentment in your current beliefs. If they are certain, in your present course of action. If it is social, in your current mood, if you are pleased with all that comes your way from the outside. Erase impressions, restrain impulses, and keep your governing self in control. The soul, which is shared among irrational beings, is one. In contrast, rational beings share a singular, reasoning intelligence. Likewise, There is one earth for all things earthly, for all of us endowed with sight and breath. There is one light by which to see. One air to breathe. All things that share a common quality are inherently attracted to what is of their own kind. The earthy gravitates towards the earth. Liquids merge seamlessly. And the same is true for aerial bodies. Only force can prevent their coming together. Fire ascends due to its elemental nature. It readily seeks to unite with all existing flames. And any dry matter can easily be ignited, because what impedes its ignition is the weaker element within it. Similarly, whatever possesses a shared intellectual nature moves towards what is akin to it. Perhaps even more forcefully. The greater its superiority over other natures, the stronger its inclination to blend and cling to its own kind. Thus, we observe among irrational creatures swarms of bees, herds of cattle, herds of castors, the nurturing of the young, and a certain kind of affection. Even in animals, there exists a soul, and within the more noble beings, a mutual attraction operates that is absent in plants, stones, or wood. Among rational beings, we find societies and friendships, families and gatherings. In times of conflict, there are treaties and truces. Among even more exalted entities, a certain unity exists, despite vast distances, much like the stars. Thus, as we ascend in the hierarchy of existence, we discover a sympathy that can transcend great separations. But pay attention to our own condition. It is only intellectual beings who often forget their social obligations to one another and overlook their natural inclination toward unity. Here, the sense of community can seem absent, yet they are surrounded by it and constrained by it. Even as they struggle to break free. Nature ultimately prevails. If you observe closely, you will understand my point. One could more easily find an earthly object that has no connection to anything earthly than to find a person completely severed from all other people. Man, God, and the universe all bear fruit, each in their own season. Though custom has relegated this phrase primarily to vines and similar plants, that is merely a surface-level interpretation. Reason bears fruit for all humanity and for itself, generating things that reflect its very nature. If you can, strive to teach others more effectively. If that's beyond your reach, remember that the virtue of charity was bestowed upon you for moments like these. Indeed, the gods show patience with humanity and even assist in the pursuit of health, wealth, and glory. How gracious they are. You can embody this grace too. What holds you back? Endure toil and pain, but do so not as one who is miserable, nor as one seeking pity or admiration. Instead, desire only this, to act or to refrain in accordance with what wisdom dictates for the good of society. Today, have liberated myself from all troubles. In truth, have expelled troubles from within me, for they resided not outside but in my own judgments. All things, in our experience, are common. They endure for but a day and are often trivial in nature. Present circumstances are no different from those of our ancestors, those we have laid to rest. Things exist independently around us, neither revealing nor explaining anything about themselves to us. What then is it that makes judgments about them? The ruling part. It is not in passive feelings, but in actions, that the essence of good and evil for the rational being, designed for society, is found. Likewise, one's virtue or vice lies not in feelings, but in actions. To the stone thrown into the air, falling presents no evil, nor does rising confer any good. Dive deep into the souls of men, and you will uncover the judgments you fear, and, in a sense, how they judge themselves. Everything is in a state of change. You, too, are undergoing constant transformation and, in a sense, day, the entire universe follows this pattern. The sins of others must be left to them. The cessation of any action, the extinguishing of a strong desire or an opinion, feels like a kind of death to those involved. But this is not evil. Reflect once more on the stages of your life. Childhood, youth, adulthood, old age. Each transition was akin to a death. Is there truly anything to fear in that? Now, once more, you think back to your life. First under your grandfather, then under your mother, then under your father, and later your father. As you recognize the many changes, transformations, and endings that have occurred, ask yourself, is there truly anything to fear here? Likewise, there is nothing to fear in the cessation, conclusion, and transformation of your entire life. Make a quick appeal to your own inner self, universe to the universe, and to the person who has wronged you. To your own self, and to that you may cultivate a mind inclined toward justice. To the universe, and to you may remember your connection to the whole. And to the other individual, so you can discern whether their actions stemmed from ignorance or intent. And to remind yourself that they are your fellow human being. You are a part of a social system essential for the completion of the greater whole. Let each of your actions contribute to the fabric of social life. If any action lacks a reference, whether immediate or distant, to the common good as its ultimate goal, that action disrupts your life and undermines its unity. It is sedition akin to that of a man who, within a commonwealth, does everything in his power to detach himself from the general harmony and concord. Children's quarrels, child's play. Poor spirits dragging around dead corpses. Such is our existence. The mask of the dead seems comprehensible by comparison. Delve into the quality of the cause, separate it from the material, and contemplate it on its own. Then determine the time, how long, at most, this particular thing with its unique quality can naturally endure. You have endured countless sufferings by failing to be satisfied with your own governing self when it performs the functions for which it was designed. Enough of that. When another person reproaches or harbors animosity toward you, or expresses anything to that effect, turn your focus to their soul, enter into their essence and examine what kind of person they truly are. You will realize that you need not trouble yourself about whether they think well or ill of you, Nonetheless, you should strive to be kind towards such individuals, for they are, by nature, your friends and the gods, Assist them in all ways, through dreams, oracles, and even in matters of their deepest desires. The course of events in the world remains ever the same, a constant rotation, rising and falling from age to age. Either the universal mind influences every specific event, in which case you must accept whatever arises from it, or it has acted once and for all, leading to a necessary chain of consequences that persist indefinitely, Or perhaps atoms and indivisible particles are the true origin of everything. Ultimately, if there is a God, then all is well, And if only chance exists, you need not act on whim. The earth will soon cover us all, And in time, this very earth will transform into other forms, which will again change into yet more forms, And so on without end. If one reflects on how swiftly these changes and transformations occur, like waves crashing one after another, they will come to despise all things mortal, The universal cause is akin to a rushing winter torrent, It carries everything along with it, How little value those unfortunate souls possess, to fancy themselves as both statesmen and philosophers. What foolish pretenders they are. You, mortal, focus on what nature demands of you right now. Engage with it, if you have the means, to, and don't look around to see who might be watching. 2. Nor hope to bring Plato's Republic to life. Be content if even the smallest achievements come to fruition. Recognize that even such occurrences are not insignificant. For who among us can truly change the beliefs of others? And, without a shift in opinion, 2. What is their state other than a form of slavery? One in which they suffer silently while feigning obedience. Now, 2. Consider figures like Alexander, 2. Philip, 2. And Demetrius of Phalerum. Only they know whether they truly grasped what the collective human nature required and whether they trained themselves for it. However, if their goal was merely to play the role of a tragic hero, 2. Have not been condemned to follow suit. The essence of philosophy is straightforward and humble. 2. Do not lead me astray in my quest for a hollow grandeur. Instead, 2. Take a moment to observe. 2. As if from a high vantage point. 2. The countless flocks and the myriad solemn celebrations. The myriad journeys taken amidst tempests and calm alike. 2. Reflect on the various paths of those who enter this life. Engage with its communities, and ultimately depart from it. 2. Ponder the lives led by those before you, those who will come after you, and those in distant lands who are living their own existence at this very moment. How many among them do not even know your name? How many will soon forget it? How many may currently sing your praises, only to cast blame in the future? Consider, then, that neither enduring fame nor fleeting glory holds any true value. Let nothing that arises from beyond your own self disturb your inner peace. In the actions guided by your innate principles, strive for justice, a purposeful will and course of action dedicated to the greater good, aligning harmoniously with your true nature. You have the power to alleviate many of the unnecessary troubles that plague you. For these woes arise entirely from your own perceptions. By doing so, you create ample space and tranquility in your life. You can achieve this by understanding the vastness of the universe in your judgment, by contemplating eternity, and by reflecting on the swift changes of individual things. Consider how fleeting is the time from their birth to their dissolution. How immense the ages that stretch before that birth. And how infinitely long the eternity that will follow their end. Everything you see will soon perish. And those who witness their demise will themselves face death in due time. The person who lives the longest will ultimately share the same fate as one who dies prematurely. What kind of souls inhabit these individuals? What do they aim for in their pursuits? And for what reasons do they love and honor? Picture their souls laid bare before you. When they believe that their criticisms wound us or their praises benefit us, how great is their arrogance? Loss is merely a form of change. Within change lies the joy of universal nature, and through her, all things are arranged harmoniously. From the dawn of time, they have been shaped in the same way, and for all eternity, they will remain unchanged. How can you claim that everything has been and always will be evil? How can you assert that among countless gods, no power has been found to correct this, and that the universe is doomed to bear the weight of endless suffering? How impure is the material essence of everything: water, dust, bones, and decay. Even marble is simply the hardened humor of the earth, while gold and silver are merely its heavier residues. Our garments are nothing more than animal fibers, and the purple dye is simply blood. All else shares this common nature. Breath, too, is transient, continuously shifting from one form to another. Enough of lamenting and engaging in foolish distractions. Why are you troubled? Are any of these challenges novel? What stirs you so deeply? Is it the cause? Then examine it closely. Is it the issue itself? Consider that closely as well. Beyond these, there is nothing. Therefore, at last, act with greater simplicity and kindness toward the gods. Whether you observe this spectacle for 100 years or just 3, it amounts to the same. If someone has wronged you, the fault lies with them, and perhaps they are not in the wrong at all. Either everything originates from one source of intelligence and coalesces into a single body, in which case is that the parts should not complain about what occurs for the benefit of the whole, or everything is just atoms, leading to nothing but chaotic mixture and disintegration. So why are you troubled? Speak to your soul. You are dead, you are decayed, you have become a beast, joining everyone and feeding along with them. The gods either possess power or they do not. If they lack power, why do you pray? If they do have power, then why not choose to pray for the strength to be neither afraid, nor desire, nor grieve over these external matters, rather than for their presence or absence? Surely, if the gods can assist mankind at all, they can offer help in this matter as well. But perhaps you might argue that the gods have placed this within my own power. If that's the case, isn't it wiser to utilize what is within your control and maintain your freedom, rather than fixate on what lies beyond your reach and become a miserable slave? And who has told you that the gods do not support us in those aspects that are within our power? Start praying about these matters, and you will see the difference. One individual may pray, may possess that woman, but you should pray, may have no desire to possess her. Another might plead, may be freed from so-and-so. In contrast, you could pray, may not need to be freed from him. Or perhaps a third person cries out, may not lose my child. Instead, let your prayer be, may not fear losing him. In short, may not fear losing him. Redirect your prayers in this manner and take note of what unfolds. Epicurus once said, after taking my illness, my discussions weren't centered around the ailments of this poor body, nor did speak of such matters with those who visited me. Continued to speak as before on the principles of natural philosophy, focusing mainly on the question of how the mind, despite being caught up in the tumult of the body, could remain undisturbed and maintain its own excellence. Refused to let the physicians exaggerate their role or boast as if they were achieving something truly significant. Instead, found that my life remained pleasant and happy. What he did in sickness, you should also do if you find yourself ill or facing any other misfortune. Never stray from your philosophy, no matter what happens to you. Never participate in the folly of the ignorant and unwise, a principle shared by all schools of thought. Keep your mind solely on the task at hand and on the means necessary to accomplish it. When you are offended by the shamelessness of someone, immediately ask yourself, can the world exist without shameless people? It cannot. Therefore, do not demand what is impossible. Your enemy is also one of these shameless individuals who must exist in the universe. Keep this question in mind whenever you are appalled by deceit, treachery, or any other wrongdoing. Remember, it is impossible for this class of people not to exist, which will make you more forgiving towards each individual instance. It's also helpful to reflect on this. What virtue has nature given humanity to counteract such faults? To combat unreason, she has bestowed meekness, against another weakness, she has provided another strength. You also have the freedom to guide those who have strayed, for every wrongdoer has lost their way and is missing their true purpose, and in what way are you truly harmed? You will discover that none of those who infuriate you have acted in such a way that your intellect could suffer, In reality, anything that can genuinely cause you harm originates within your own mind and nowhere else. So why should it be surprising or wrong for someone who is uneducated to act according to their nature? Consider whether you should not hold yourself accountable for expecting someone to be free of such faults. Your reasoning suggested that it was likely he would behave this way. Yet you overlooked this. Only to be surprised by his actions. Above all, when you find yourself blaming someone for disloyalty or ingratitude, take a moment to reflect on your own role in the matter. Clearly, the fault lies with you if you placed your trust in a person of such character to be faithful, or if, when you offered kindness, you did so expecting something in return rather than for the sake of the act itself. What more do you seek when you help someone? Is it not sufficient that you have acted in accordance with your own nature? Do you truly seek a reward for your goodness? It's akin to the eye demanding a reward for its ability to see, or the feet for their capability to walk. For just as the various parts of a being are designed for specific purposes, and when they function according to their inherent structure, they achieve their intended end, so too is man created by nature to show kindness to others. Whenever he acts with kindness or contributes to the common good, he fulfills the purpose of his existence and claims what is rightfully his. End of the 9th book. Book 1. Will you? Am perfect, my soul, singular, whole, and laid bare, more transparent than the body that encloses you? Will you ever experience the warmth of a loving and contented spirit? Will you ever feel complete and devoid of wants, turning your heart away from all things, whether living or inert, for the sake of pleasure? Will you cease to wish for an extension of time or for specific places, countries, climates, or agreeable company? Will you find satisfaction in your current state and contentment in every circumstance that surrounds you? Will you convince yourself that all things belong to you, that all is well with you, that everything comes from the gods, and that what is best for you is what they are pleased to give? Now and in the future, will you cease to wish for an extension of time or for specific places, countries, climates, or agreeable company? Will you ever be able to live as a fellow citizen with gods and men, approving of them and being approved by them, insofar as you are governed solely by nature? Pay close attention to what nature requires. Then act freely, provided that your nature as a living being is not harmed. Next, you must contemplate what the nature of a living being demands, and permit yourself everything of this kind as long as it doesn't diminish your nature as a rational being. Now it is evident that what is rational is also social. Therefore, adhere to these principles and do not trouble yourself further. Whatever happens, nature has either equipped you to endure it or not. If you are able to bear it, then do so, as nature has given you the capacity, and do not worry. If you are unable, do not fret either, for when the trial has overwhelmed you, it will eventually pass. Remember, nature has made you capable of bearing whatever it is that your own perspective allows you to find tolerable, as long as you regard it as worthwhile or fitting to endure. If someone is going astray, kindly guide him and point out his mistake. If you cannot do this, then hold yourself accountable or no one else. Whatever occurs in your life was arranged for you from all eternity. The chain of causes has from the beginning woven your existence into this very moment. Whether everything is composed of atoms or governed by a universal law of nature, it must first be acknowledged that am a part of the whole that nature governs, and second, that am connected to other parts akin to myself. Keeping this in mind, since am a part of the whole, shall not let dissatisfaction take root in my heart regarding anything that the whole has appointed for me. For nothing that benefits the whole can be harmful to the part, as the whole encompasses nothing that is unbeneficial to itself. All natural systems share this law, and the system of the universe possesses another principle. It cannot be compelled by any external force to generate anything detrimental to itself. Therefore, if remember that am a part of this greater whole, will embrace everything that flows from it. Moreover, recognizing my connection to others who are like myself, will engage in no actions that are unsociable. Instead, will seek to align with my kind, directing my every effort toward the common good and avoiding anything that detracts from it. In following this path, my life is bound to thrive, just as we would believe a citizen's life flourishes when they transition from one act of public service to another, wholeheartedly committing to every task assigned by the state. The components of the whole, specifically those contained within the universe, are bound to perish. Let us interpret perish as meaning change. If it is an unavoidable misfortune for the parts to perish, then it cannot be beneficial for the whole that its parts should be inclined to change and be structured in ways that lead to their demise. Did nature purposely design her constituent parts with the intent of causing them harm, making them susceptible to evil and inevitable downfall? Or was it simply something she overlooked? Both possibilities seem far-fetched. Furthermore, if one were to disregard the idea of nature and instead state that things are simply arranged this way, it would be absurd to claim that the parts of the universe are designed to change, while simultaneously lamenting and worrying about change or destruction, as if it were in opposition to the natural order, especially considering that everything eventually returns to the elements from which it originated. For what exists can either be reduced to the elements from which it was formed, or transform solid matter into earth, and the spiritual into air. Everything you have comprises the accumulation of yesterday or the day before, derived from the food you consumed and the air you inhaled. It is this newer accumulation that changes, not what your mother carried. And while this recent addition may influence your individuality, maintain that it does not alter the essence of what I've just stated. Having embraced these virtues, goodness, modesty, truth, prudence, equanimity, and magnanimity, be diligent not to let them slip away. And should you find yourself losing them, be quick to reclaim them. And remember, general prudence means observing all things with reasoned insight and careful attention. It involves maintaining an even temper and cheerfully accepting the fate that universal nature has bestowed upon you. Magnanimity, on the other hand, you magnetize by an even temper and cheerfully accepting the fate that universal nature has bestowed upon you, above vainglory, above death, and all such concerns. If you steadfastly hold on to these virtues, without yearning for external validation or recognition, you will become a new person, and a new life will unfold before you. To persist in your current state of distraction and impurity would label you as a person lacking in wisdom, clinging to existence, like those beaten fighters in the arena, who, despite being covered in wounds and blood, still plead to be spared until tomorrow, only to face again the very claws and fangs that have harmed them. So, take a firm stand on these few principles. If you can remain in this mindset, you will find yourself akin to one residing in the islands of the blessed. But if you find yourself drifting away and feel unable to persevere, have the courage to retreat to a quiet corner where you can regain your strength. If that is not possible, then consider departing from life itself, not in anger, but with simplicity, freedom, and humility, having at least achieved one thing well during your time here. Remember your purpose, and subservience can overshadow the sacred truths you have learned from nature and stored within your mind. In all that you do, strive not only to complete the task at hand, but also to engage your intellect, preserving the confidence that comes from true knowledge without boasting or unnecessary secrecy. Will you ever reach a state of simplicity, dignity, and a perfect understanding of what things truly are? Can you grasp their rightful place in the universe, their duration, their composition, to whom they belong, and whom has the power to take them away? Consider the spider that revels in capturing a fly. Just as one man takes pride in catching a small hare, another in netting an anchovy, and yet another in hunting down a wild boar or a bear. And there are those who boast about conquering the Sarmatians. But if you look closely at their principles, are they not all merely brigands? Cultivate a way of seeing how all things transform into one another. Dive into this branch of philosophy and practice it continually. There is nothing more suitable for fostering a great mind than this pursuit. He who embraces this understanding has already shed the burdens of the body. Aware of how swiftly he must depart from the company of men and leave behind all earthly possessions, he submits entirely to justice in all his actions, as well as to the laws of the universe in everything else that unfolds. Regarding what others may say or think of him, or any actions taken against him, he pays it no mind. Instead, he focuses solely on two things: to act justly in the tasks at hand, and to embrace the fate that has been allotted to him. Such a person has cast aside all haste and chaos, pursuing only one desire: to walk the straight path according to the law, following the divine guide whose path is always true. What need is there for suspicion when you have the clarity to discern what should be done? If you can see your way forward, proceed calmly and with resolve. If the path is not clear, proceed. Take a moment to pause and seek counsel from wise advisors. Should any new obstacles arise, move forward with careful consideration, utilizing the resources at your disposal while always staying aligned with what seems just. That is the highest achievement you can strive for, and failing in that is the only true failure. He who follows reason in all things is always at ease, yet ever prepared for action. Always cheerful, yet composed. As soon as you awaken, ask yourself, will it matter to you if what is just and good is accomplished by someone else? It will not. Have you forgotten what kind of people those are who, in bed and at the table, make a show of praising and blaming others? Consider what they do, what they avoid, and what they pursue, how they steal and rob, not with their hands and feet, but with their most precious faculties. Through these, one can attain faith, modesty, truth, and justice, and a wisely guiding spirit. To nature, which gives and takes back all things, the well-instructed and modest individual will say, "Give what you will, take back what you will." And he says this not out of arrogance, but from pure obedience and goodwill toward nature. What remains for you in this life is but a small amount. Live as though you were on a mountain. It matters little whether we live here or there, as long as we conduct ourselves as true citizens of the world. Let others see and know you as a genuine person, living in harmony with nature. If they cannot tolerate your presence, then let them take your life. It is far better than living as they do. Don't speak endlessly about what constitutes a good man. Instead, strive to be one. Continuously envision all of time and existence, and recognize that everything in its essence is like a fig seed, eventually turning into its next form. Observe the things around you, noting that they are all in a state of decay, changing, and being dismantled, as every single entity is ultimately destined to perish by the forces of nature. What kind of people are they when they are eating, sleeping, procreating, or attending to their fundamental needs? Then, observe how they elevate themselves above others, filled with pride, anger, and/or pronouncing judgments from their lofty perches. Just recently, whom were they enslaved to, and for what reasons? And in what state will they soon find themselves? This is for the benefit of every person, provided by universal nature, and it arrives at precisely the right moment. The earth loves the rain, and the grand ether loves. The universe delights in bringing forth whatever is destined to be. Therefore, we'll say to the universe, what you cherish, cherish. Isn't it often said that so-and-so enjoys it when things happen? You are either living your usual life, or you are traveling abroad at your own discretion, or you are facing death, having fulfilled your public duties. Beyond these, there is nothing. So be of good cheer. Always remember this: a country retreat is just like any other place. Everything here unfolds the same way as it does atop a mountain, or on a beach, or wherever you may be. You can always discover the existence of the wise person who, in Platonic terms, uses the city wall as a shepherd's fold on the mountains. What does my soul mean to me? What am making of my soul, and for what purpose am using it now? Is it lacking in understanding? Is it detached from the greater community? Is it glued to, and intertwined with the flesh in such a way that it follows every bodily impulse? Whoever flees from his master is a runaway. Our true master is the law, and the lawbreaker is indeed a runaway. So too is anyone who, out of grief, anger, or fear are the first two ways in which someone feels, in which something happened, is happening in accordance with the predetermined course set by the all-powerful law, which prescribes what is right for each individual. Thus, anyone who is afraid, sorrowful, or angry is a runaway. He who has sown the seed in the womb departs, another force takes over and shapes it, eventually bringing forth a child. How astounding the outcome from such a simple beginning! The child consumes nourishment, yet another force takes that nourishment and transforms it into sensation, movement, into life and vitality, along with countless other wonders. Consider these occurrences, happening in such hidden ways, and recognize the power that produces them, just as we understand the gravity and levity of objects, not necessarily with our eyes, but with equal clarity. Reflect continually that everything unfolding now has transpired in precisely the same manner before, and that it will happen again. Bring to mind all that you have known, either from your own experience or from ancient history. The dramas and scenes, all remarkably alike, the entire court of Hadrian, the court of Antoninus, the court of Philip, of Alexander, and of Croesus. All of these were similar, only the players were different. Now, imagine everyone who is distressed or in turmoil about anything at all. Like the pig at a sacrifice, kicking and screaming under the knife. Such is the nature of those who, from their couches, mourn in silence that we are all bound to our fate. Reflect, too, that only a rational being has the capacity to willingly accept what happens. The mere act of submission is a necessity for everyone. Take a moment to pay close attention to each specific thing you do, and ask yourself whether death is truly a terror because it takes this away from you. Whenever you feel offended by someone else's fault, redirect your focus to yourself and consider what similar faults you may possess, such as valuing material wealth, pleasure, fleeting glory, or the like. By concentrating on this perspective, you will swiftly forget your anger, especially if you acknowledge that the other person acts under compulsion and cannot do otherwise. If it is within your power to help them, then relieve them from that burden. When you encounter Soterio the Socratic, think of Eutyches or Hymen. When you meet Euphrates, consider Eutychio or Silvanus. If Alciphron comes before you, reflect on Trypaeophorus. And when you see Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. When you look at yourself, think of any of the Caesars. And do the same for every man. Then consider this: where are they now? Nowhere. Or who can truly say? In this way, you will realize that all human things are but smoke and nothingness, especially if you remember that what has once changed will never exist again throughout all the infinity of time. So why this concern? Why doesn't it suffice you to live your brief life in a well-ordered manner? What material, what subject for philosophy are you avoiding? For what are all earthly matters but exercises for the rational mind, when it has perceived all that happens in life accurately and in their natural order? So, wait until you have absorbed all these concepts. Just as a strong stomach digests every variety of food, and as a bright fire transforms anything you throw into it into flame and radiance, let no one have the power to truthfully say that you are lacking in simplicity, honesty, and goodness. But let him be proven wrong who holds any such opinion of you. This is entirely within your power. For who can truly prevent you from being good and sincere? Decide firmly that you will not live any longer if you cannot embody such qualities. For reason does not demand it in that case. Now, What is the most reasonable action or statement you can make in this situation? Whatever that may be, you are free to pursue it. Do not make excuses as if you are hindered. You will find no peace until your mindset aligns so that what luxury is to the pleasure seeker, that is, to you acting in accordance with the true nature of humanity in every circumstance that arises. Consider as enjoyment everything that you are free to do in harmony with your own intrinsic nature. That is, to you acting in accordance with the true nature of humanity in every circumstance that arises. Now, the cylinder cannot move freely in its proper motion, that is, nor can water, that is, fire, that is, or any other entity governed solely by natural law or by an irrational soul. Many circumstances constrain and halt them. However, intelligent reason is capable of navigating through every obstacle that arises, that is, pursuing the path for which it was designed and which it chooses to follow. Visualize this ease with which reason moves past all barriers, just as fire ascends, just as stone descends, just as a cylinder rolls down a slope. That is, and seek nothing beyond this. The challenges faced by humanity are merely difficulties of the body, the inanimate part of us, or they are obstacles that cannot truly harm or crush us unless we allow them to influence our opinions or yield our reason. Otherwise, why? One who suffers from them would immediately become evil themselves. That is, in contrast, for all other organisms, that is, when misfortune strikes, the sufferer is diminished by it. In this sense, it can be said that a man becomes better and more commendable by wisely navigating his circumstances. Remember that nothing that does not harm the city can harm the man who is, by nature, a citizen. Nor can anything harm the city that does not also harm the law. Since nothing that we might call misfortune can truly hurt the law, it follows that what does not harm the law can neither harm the city nor its citizens. For the person who understands true principles, even the simplest reminder is enough to keep them free from sorrow and fear. Consider this: just as some leaves are blown down by the winds, the fruitful woods continue to grow and bring forth new leaves in the spring. Thus, while one generation of men may pass away, another is born. Your children are like leaves. They are the ones who cry out in praise or, perhaps, in condemnation, and they also include those who may quietly scoff and mock. Additionally, there are those who carry forth our legacy to future generations, much like leaves that persist through the changing seasons. All these appear in springtime. Then the wind shakes them down, and the forest thrives anew to take their places. The brevity of life is a shared truth among all things, yet you both desire and flee from it, as if it were without end. But in a moment you shall fall asleep, and soon others will mourn for the one who once bore your bier. The healthy eye should gaze upon everything visible without demanding. Want green, as a sickly eye might do. Likewise, sound hearing and the sense of smell should be open to all that can be heard or sensed, just as a healthy stomach welcomes all sorts of food, like a mill designed to grind anything put before it. Similarly, a healthy mind should be prepared for all that life brings. Mind that insists, "Let my children be spared. Let my praise my every act. My tone, meta, sign into an inward mold," resembles an eye that only yearns for green or teeth that crave only soft food. No man is so fortunate that, at the moment of his death, there won't be some onlooker who takes pleasure in the fate that awaits him. Were he a virtuous and wise man, wouldn't someone, at the last moment, think to themselves, "At last, we'll breathe freely, unburdened by this mentor. He wasn't hard on any of us, yet always felt that he silently judged us." This would be their thought about a good person. But in my case, how many more reasons would there be for a crowd to celebrate my departure? You will ponder this as you approach death. and you may find it easier to leave when you realize, I'm departing from a life where even my very companions, for whom labored, prayed, dreamed about, and made plans, wish for my absence, perhaps hoping to gain some advantage from my going. So why should one pursue a longer stay in this world? However, let your farewell to them not be any less pleasant because of this. Maintain your character, remain friendly, noble, and gracious with them. On the other hand, only leave your fellow humans not as if you are being forcibly taken away. Instead, let your departure resemble the tranquil passing of someone who enjoys a peaceful death, whose soul is gently released from the body. Nature has intertwined and united you with others, but now she is separating you from them. Therefore, part from them like family, not with reluctance, but with a sense of freedom. After all, death too is in harmony with nature. Train yourself, as much as possible whenever someone acts, to ask yourself, what is their purpose? Start this practice at home. Reflect on yourself first and foremost. Remember that the true mover behind the puppet strings is the hidden principle within. It is that which embodies eloquence and life. That, if may say so, this is the essence of a person. Never confuse that principle in your mind with the external physical body and the small organs attached to it. Except for the fact that they develop alongside us, the components of our being are akin to the carpenter's axe. Without the guiding and restraining principle, none of these elements serves any greater purpose than the shuttle for the weaver, the pen for the writer, or the whip for the charioteer. End of the 10th book, Book 11. 1. These are the defining traits of the rational soul. It observes itself. It governs itself in every regard. It shapes itself according to its own will. The fruits it bears are enjoyed by itself, while the outputs of plants and lower animals are enjoyed by others. It achieves its individual purpose, no matter where life may find its conclusion. In a dance or a performance, any interruption disrupts the integrity of the entire act. However, this is not the case with the rational soul. At any point in its actions, or wherever it may encounter death, the rational soul completes its purpose, rendering itself sufficient. It can confidently assert, "We have received what is rightfully mine." It explores the entirety of the universe and the void surrounding it, discerning its design. It extends into the infinite reaches of eternity and embraces the cyclical regeneration of all things. It comprehends that those who follow us will discover nothing new, just as those who preceded us experienced no more than what we ourselves have encountered. Indeed, a man of 40, for example, possessed of any reasonable understanding, has, due to the consistency of existence, seen, in essence, everything that has been or will be. The rational soul is also characterized by love towards all those around us, truthfulness, modesty, boldness, and a profound respect for itself above all else, which is also a reflection of the universal law. Thus, there is no dissonance between rational thought and the principles of justice. You may think little of a delightful song, a dance, or a gymnastic performance if you break down the melody into individual notes and ask yourself, does this particular note move me? You would blush to admit it. The same goes for analyzing a dance into its separate movements and postures, or examining a gymnastic display in detail. Generally, aside from matters of virtue and virtuous actions, remember to deconstruct things into their basic components, and in doing so, to develop a sense of disdain for them. Extend this practice to life in its entirety. How fortunate is the soul that is prepared to part from the body when the time comes, whether it is to be extinguished, or scattered, or to continue existing. But let this willingness stem from personal judgment, not from mere stubbornness as seen in some beliefs, but rather with thoughtfulness, dignity, and without a false sense of drama. In this way, others may be inspired to adopt a similar mindset. Have contributed anything for the greater good. Isn't this, in itself, my own benefit? Let this thought remain with you, and do not waver. What is your art? It is well-doing. But how can this be achieved if not through sound general principles about the nature of the world as a whole and the constitution of humanity in particular? Tragedy was introduced to remind us that certain events occur and are destined to unfold as they do. It teaches us that what entertains us on stage should not sadden us in the larger theater of life. Look around. These events must happen. Even to those who cried out, Cytheron, our playwrights have expressed some profound insights, such as me and my children, if the gods neglect us, it is for some good reason. They also remind us, vain is all anger directed at external things, to all theaters, and let us reap our lives like ears of ripened corn, among other thoughts. Following tragedy came the old comedy, which utilized the freedom of speech typical of a teacher, employing straightforward language to effectively impart the lesson of humility. To achieve this, Diogenes employed a method quite similar. Next, let us examine the nature of middle comedy. And ultimately, one day, we will arrive there. The purpose behind the emergence of new comedy, which gradually devolved into mere cleverness and artificial mimicry. It is widely acknowledged that the new comic writers shared some valuable insights. However, what purpose were they ultimately serving with their vast array of poetry and theatrical creations? How evident it is that there is no other way of life more suited to the practice of philosophy than the one you are currently following. When severed from its neighboring branch, must inevitably be detached from the entire tree. In the same way, a person who distances themselves from another has essentially separated from the entire social fabric. Branch is cut away by an external force, while a person creates this separation through their own actions, through hatred and aversion, unaware that they have thereby severed themselves from the greater community. Yet, we are always granted the precious gift of Zeus, who established the great community, allowing us the opportunity to be reconnected with our kind and to become once again natural parts that complete the whole. However, the frequent occurrence of separations makes the reunion and restoration of the separated member increasingly difficult. In general, a branch that has grown naturally from a tree and remained a vital part of it is quite different from one that has been cut and reattached. As gardeners might say, they may belong to the same growth, but they are of different natures. As for those who oppose you on the path of right reason, they hold no power to deter you from rational action. Therefore, do not allow them to sway your kindness towards themselves. Remain vigilant in maintaining stable judgment and action, as well as embodying gentleness towards those who would obstruct or otherwise trouble you. It is equally unwise to become angry with them or to cease action and submit to defeat. Both are equally traitors, he who flees and he who refuses to stand by friend and kin. Nature cannot be inferior to art. The arts are mere imitations of nature. If this is true, why, which is the most perfect and comprehensive of all, cannot be inferior to the highest artistic skill. All arts utilize inferior materials for higher purposes. Universal nature does the same. Hence arises the concept of justice, than which the other virtues emerge. Justice cannot be maintained if we are overly concerned about trivial matters, if we are easily deceived. Impulsive and fickle. If the things that trouble you, both in pursuit and avoidance, do not come to you, but rather you go to them, then allow your judgment to find peace regarding them. They will remain static, and you will no longer be seen, either pursuing or avoiding them. The sphere of the soul reaches its perfect shape when it neither expands outward nor contracts inward. It neither wrinkles nor collapses, but instead shines with a radiance that allows it to perceive the truth of all things, both external and internal. If someone despises me, Let him think on that, and shall be mindful of my own actions and words, striving to ensure that nothing do or say deserves his contempt. If someone harbors hatred toward me, that is his concern. Will respond with kindness and goodwill to everyone, ready to point out their mistakes if they hate me, not to scold them or to flaunt my patience, but out of genuine kindness, like Phocion, if he was sincere. Your inner character should be such that the gods can see you neither angry nor resentful about anything. What harm is there in acting in accordance with your nature now, along with the nature of the universe, accepting what aligns with the nature of the universe? Though they may harbor disdain, they nonetheless flatter each other. Even while striving to surpass one another, they still bow and scrape. How hollow and insincere is the declaration of someone who claims, "I intend to be straightforward with you." What are you doing, my friend? No introduction is necessary. Your true intentions will reveal themselves naturally. Such sincerity should be as obvious as words written across your forehead. Person's character ought to shine clearly through their eyes, just as a beloved can sense their affection in the gazes of those who adore them. Genuine and good-hearted individuals should exude a fragrance that can be perceived by anyone passing by, whether they wish to or not. The show of sincerity often conceals a hidden blade. There is nothing more contemptible than the pretense of friendship. Avoid it above all else. The truly good, straightforward, and kind person radiates these qualities in their gaze, leaving no room for doubt. To lead the best life is within the soul's power, provided it remains indifferent to trivial matters. And it will remain indifferent if it observes all such things, both individually and as a whole, with discernment, understanding that none of them can impose upon us an opinion about themselves, nor can they come to us of their own accord. The external world is motionless. It is we who form opinions about it internally, as if we are inscribing these opinions upon our hearts. We can choose to refrain from doing so. Or, if an opinion has slipped in unnoticed, we can quickly erase it. This vigilance will only be necessary for a brief time, after which life will come to an end. Beyond that, why should we consider this difficult? If it aligns with nature, embrace it, and it will become easy for you. If it is against nature, seek out what resonates with your true self, and pursue it diligently, even if it brings no glory. For every man will be forgiven for striving towards his own genuine good. Consider the origin of each thing, what it is made of, how it will change, and what it will become after that change, reminding yourself that it will not suffer any evil. Now, when it comes to those who offend me, must reflect on my connection to humanity, recognizing that we are all formed to exist alongside one another. In another sense, have been placed in a position of responsibility over them, much like a ram overseeing the flock or a bull tending to the herd. Let's dig deeper. There is either a realm governed by mere atoms or a higher intelligence that oversees everything. If it is the latter, then the lower beings are created for the sake of the higher, just as the higher exist for the benefit of one another. Next, consider the nature of those people. How do they behave at the table? In bed, or in other situations. Pay special attention to the principles they believe in and the arrogance they might display in holding those beliefs. Lastly, if they act rightly, there is no cause for resentment. And if their actions are not right, it's clear that they do so without intention and in ignorance. No soul willingly denies itself the truth or the ability to treat every person according to what they deserve. Therefore, people feel hurt when labeled as unjust, ungrateful, greedy, and in essence, sinners against their neighbors. Furthermore, you yourself often fall into sin, and you are no better than anyone else. Even if you manage to refrain from certain wrongdoings, you still harbor the inclination to commit them, whether due to cowardice, concern for your reputation, or other petty reasons. Additionally, you cannot be entirely certain that a wrong has been committed, as many situations can be justified. Typically, one must acquire considerable knowledge before passing judgment on the actions of others. Moreover, when you find yourself upset or overly worried, keep in mind that life is but a fleeting moment, and soon enough, we shall all find our rest. Lastly, it is not the actions of others that truly trouble us. Their behaviors reside within their own souls. It is our own perceptions and opinions that disturb us. Cast away those thoughts. Choose not to dwell on the calamities that have befallen you, and the anger will fade away. But how do we achieve this? By reasoning that there is no true dishonor. If you believe that dishonor is the only evil, you may find yourself descending into many transgressions, perhaps even becoming a thief or worse. Consider this. The pain we endure from our anger and grief concerning certain matters often far exceeds the actual troubles themselves. Furthermore, genuine meekness is an unbeatable force, devoid of pretense or deceit. What harm can the most insolent individual truly inflict upon you if you maintain your civility toward him? And if the opportunity arises, gently correct him and guide him toward a better path at the very moment he seeks to do you wrong. Nay, my son, we were born for something greater. No harm can come to me. It is you who inflict harm upon yourself, my son. Gently point out to him, as a general principle, how things truly are. Bees and other social creatures do not behave in the same way he does. However, approach this with love and kindness, free from irony or reproach. Speak without bitterness, as if your words are meant solely for him, even if others are present. Keep in mind these 9 precepts as gifts from the Muses. Begin today to embrace your humanity for the remainder of your life. Be cautious not to let anger take hold of you, nor to indulge in flattery. Both lead to discord and trouble. In moments of anger, remember that wrath does not suit a man. Rather, meekness and gentleness, being more human, are also more admirable. True strength, resilience, and courage belong to the meek and gentle, not to the irritable and impatient. For the closer a person comes to freeing themselves from passion, the closer they draw to true strength. Man who is weak in sorrow is akin to a man who is weak in anger. Both are harmed and both tend to yield. If you seek a 10th gift from the leader of the Muses, consider this: expecting the wicked to refrain from sin is folly and impossibility. However, allowing them to harm others while expecting not to be harmed yourself is both foolish and tyrannical. There are 4 states of the soul to which you must remain ever vigilant. When you recognize these states, you should counteract them with these thoughts. This thought is unnecessary. This leads to social decay. You could not express this genuinely. Therefore, to speak otherwise is the most absurd behavior. Lastly, anything that brings about self-reproach signifies a surrender of your nobler essence to the baser, mortal aspects of yourself and their more crude inclinations. The serial and fiery elements that make up your being, although they instinctively strive upward, still adhere to the overarching laws of the universe, finding themselves bound in this composition. The earthly and moist aspects of your nature, while naturally inclined to descend, continue to be upheld and held in place, despite not residing in their true position. Thus, all elements, wherever placed by the guiding force, respond to the whole, and awaiting the call for their eventual dissolution once again. Is it not disheartening that only the intellectual part chooses to rebel and chafe against its role? Yet, no harm is done to it, nor is anything forced upon it that contradicts its essence. Still, it shows impatience and leans toward defiance. Its inclinations toward injustice, indulgence, anger, sorrow, and fear are merely departures from the path of nature, and whenever the soul becomes agitated by a specific event, it strays from its destined role. It is created for holiness and reverence towards God, just as much as it is for justice. These last points represent aspects of social goodness that hold even greater esteem than the practice of justice. He whose purpose in life is not consistently the same cannot remain unchanged throughout his life. However, it differs, yet mere consistency in aim is not enough. One must also consider what that aim should be. Just as there is no universal agreement on all things that the majority deem good, but rather consensus on specific matters that serve the public good, your objective should be both social and political. Only he who aligns all his personal pursuits towards this end can achieve a consistent manner of conduct and thus remain the same person. Recall the tale of the country mouse and the town mouse, and how the latter lived in fear and trepidation. Socrates referred to the maxims of the common people as hobgoblins, scare tactics designed to frighten children. The Spartans, during their public spectacles, provided shaded seats for strangers while they themselves sat wherever there was space available. Socrates offered this reason for declining Perdiccas's invitation. Fear might come to the worst possible end by accepting favors cannot repay. In the writings of the Ephesians, there's a principle encouraging us to frequently remember those who have cultivated virtue throughout history. The Pythagoreans suggested that we look up at the heavens in the morning, frequently remembering those who performed their functions with uniformity and continuity, embodying order, purity, and simplicity. After all, a star has no veil to obscure it. Imagine Socrates dressed in a skin, when Xanthippe had taken his cloak and left. Consider how he addressed his friends, who felt embarrassed and wished to leave upon seeing him in such an unusual attire. In writing and reading, one must be guided before they can lead. This is even truer in life. If you are a slave to yourself, then your speech cannot be free. And my heart laughed within me. Yet, perhaps, they blame virtue herself with the harshest words. 33. Looking for figs in winter is sheer madness, and so is yearning for a child who may no longer be yours. 34. Epictetus advised that when you kiss your child, you should whisper to yourself, "Tomorrow, perhaps he may die." What a grim saying, you might respond. But he argues, these words carry no ill omen. They simply express a reality of nature. Is it ominous to say the corn has been harvested? 35. The green grape, the ripe cluster, and the dried grape are all transformations. Not into nothingness, but into something that presently does not exist. 36. No one can take away your freedom of action, as Epictetus has pointed out. He also teaches us to discover the true skill of agreement. When it comes to our impulses, we need to remain vigilant in moderating them, allowing them to act with proper restraint, strong public spirit, and a sense of proportion. Furthermore, we should entirely avoid sensual desires and not be restless about matters beyond our control. 38. The contention is not about any trivial matter, he stated, but rather regarding whether we are insane or sane. 39. What do you desire? To have the souls of rational beings or of irrational ones? Rational, came the response. Rational of what kind? Virtuous or vicious? Virtuous. Why do you not seek after such souls? Because we already possess them. So why do you fight and stand in opposition? End of the 11th book. Book 12. Everything you wish to achieve through indirect means is already within your grasp, if you would only accept it freely. This means letting go of all that is behind you, trusting the future to providence, and governing the present with piety and justice. In piety, so that you may embrace your designated lot, for nature has given it to you, and you to it. In justice, so that you can speak the truth without constraint or deceit, so that you can act lawfully and appropriately, so that you will not be hindered by the wickedness of others, nor swayed by their opinions or words, or by any distractions from this fragile body that surrounds you. For the part that matters can focus on that. So, now that you approach your departure, setting aside everything else, if you hold your ruling part, the divine spirit within you, in reverence, if you cease to fear the end of life, but rather fear missing the beginning of life according to nature, you will become a person worthy of the ordered universe that brought you into existence. You will stop being a stranger in your own land, gazing in wonder at every little occurrence, easily swept away by this or that triviality. God sees all souls bare and stripped of their corporeal vessels, husk and refuse. By his intelligence alone, he touches only that which has been instilled by him and has emanated from himself. If you would just train yourself to do the same, you would find relief from many torments. For he who does not concern himself with the surrounding flesh will not waste his time thinking about clothing, possessions, reputation, or any other superficial adornments. There are 3 parts that make you whole: body, soul, and intelligence. 4, 5, and intelligence. The first 2 belong to you in the sense that they require your attention. The third, however, is truly and solely yours. And if you can remove from your mind all that others do or say, all that you have done or said, all your fears for the future, and all the uncontrollable aspects of the body that envelops you along with its inherent soul, as well as all that is caught up in the relentless whirlwind outside, then your intellectual power, made pure and elevated beyond the whims of fate, can exist in a state of freedom, just, resigned, and truthful. If emphasize, you can release from your soul any excessive attachments to either the past or the future. You will transform, in the words of Empedocles, into a flawless sphere, rejoicing in endless peace. You will learn to live the only life worth living, the present, and you will be able, until your final moments, to spend the remainder of your days in noble tranquility, at peace with the spirit within. I have often wondered how it is that, while every person loves themselves more than anyone else, they regard their own opinion of themselves with less respect than the opinions of others. Yet, not if a god or some wise teacher were to come and command a person to conceive and express nothing that they would not share the moment it came to mind. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. Thus, not if a god or some wise teacher were to come and command a person to conceive and express nothing that they would not share the moment it came to mind. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. Not if a god or some wise teacher were to come and command a person to conceive and express nothing that they would not share the moment it came to mind. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. They would not endure that challenge for even a single day. I've overlooked one crucial matter. Specifically, some of the best among us, those who have forged close ties with the divine, who through pious deeds and sacred service have cultivated intimacy with divinity, should, once they pass from this world, rise no more and be utterly extinguished. If this is indeed the case, Rest assured that if things should have been different, not, they would have made them so. Had it been right, it would have been actionable. And if it were in accordance with nature, then nature would have brought it about. The very fact that it is not so, if indeed it is not, suggests that it ought not to have been. You see, in discussing this issue, you are arguing a matter of justice with the gods. Not. We would not approach them in such a manner if they were not perfectly good and just. If they indeed embody these qualities, then they must have left nothing unjust or unreasonable neglected in their governance. Not. Attempt even those tasks that you feel are beyond your ability. Not. The left hand, which usually seems less valuable through lack of practice, can hold the reins more firmly than the right, precisely because it has had the chance to exercise its skill. Reflect on how death should find you, in both body and soul. Contemplate the brevity of life, the eternities that lie both before and after it, and the frailty of all things material. Meditate on the fundamental causes, unmasked by deception. Consider what pain truly is, what pleasure signifies, what death entails, and what true fame represents. Consider how many individuals are the architects of their own unrest, how no one can truly impede another's journey, how everything ultimately boils down to perception, in our application of principles, we should emulate the boxer rather than the swordsman. For when the swordsman loses his blade, he becomes vulnerable. However, the boxer has his hands at the ready and only needs to employ them when necessary. Reflect deeply on the essence of things, carefully distinguishing between matter, cause, and purpose. What a magnificent power is bestowed upon humanity to choose actions that align with divine approval, and to embrace whatever fate, and purpose, as determined by a higher power, presents to us. In the natural order of things, the gods bear no fault, intentionally or otherwise. Likewise, humanity should not be condemned, for men do not choose to err willingly. Therefore, there is no one to blame. How absurd it is, dry and how foreign to our nature, to be astonished by anything that transpires in life. There exists either an inevitable necessity, dry and unchangeable order, or a benevolent providence, or perhaps a blind chaos without a ruler. If there is an unchangeable necessity, dry and unchangeable order, or perhaps a blind chaos without a ruler. If there is an unchangeable necessity, why fight against it? If there is a providence open to appeasement, strive to make yourself deserving of divine assistance. If chaos reigns without guidance, take comfort in knowing that within you lies a guiding intelligence amidst the storm. And should the waves sweep you away, let them carry off the flesh and its animal instincts, dry and unchangeable order, for they cannot take from you your intellectual essence. Let truth, justice, and temperance remain bright within you until your own end. When you are inclined to believe that someone has sinned, ask yourself, how can be certain this is sin? And if they have indeed fallen, remember that they have condemned themselves, metaphorically tearing their own face in the process. Wishing for the wicked to refrain from sinning is akin to desiring a fig tree to produce figs without juice, dry and unchangeable order, for they cannot take from you your intellectual essence. Or that horses would not neigh. These are unavoidable aspects of existence. What, then, should a wicked man with a wicked nature do? If you are so inclined, strive to remedy it. If something is unbecoming, refrain from doing it. If it is not true, do not speak it. Always seek to understand the root of your impressions. Analyze the cause, the substance, the relationship to other things, and the time frame within which it must come to an end. Recognize at last that within you resides something superior and more divine than the immediate sensations of pleasure or pain. Something beyond the strings that manipulate the puppet. Ask yourself, what is my current thought? Is it fear, suspicion, desire, or any other such passion? First and foremost, let nothing be done haphazardly or without purpose. Secondly, ensure that your purpose is always aligned with the common good. Yet a little while, you shall be no more. Nor will any of these things you now see remain, nor any of those who are currently alive. It is the nature of all things to change, to turn, to decay, and to decay. So that new things may arise in their place. Reflect upon the fact that everything is a matter of opinion, and that opinion rests with you. Therefore, choose to suppress your opinions whenever you wish. And just like one who has circumnavigated the Cape and reached the bay, you will find calm and stillness everywhere, without a single wave. Any natural process, when it concludes at its proper time, it does not incur harm by ceasing, nor does the agent involved suffer any ill from this cessation. Similarly, with regard to the entire series of actions that constitute life, if it concludes in its own season, it does not suffer harm by coming to an end, nor is the one who brings their life to completion in a bad situation. Nature assigns the seasons and their duration. Sometimes it is even dictated by your own nature, as seen in old age. However, it is always determined by the nature of the whole, as the interplay of its parts keeps the universe vibrant and flourishing. What is always good and timely is that which benefits the entirety of nature. Therefore, the end of life cannot be seen as evil for the individual. There is no shame in it, as it is beyond our control and does not interfere with the common good. In fact, it is beneficial, being timely and advantageous to the whole, aligning with the order of the universe. Moreover, those who walk in alignment with God are guided by Him and are inclined in the same direction. Keep these 3 thoughts close at hand. First, concerning your actions, do nothing thoughtlessly or in any way that justice herself wouldn't endorse. Regarding external events, they either occur by chance or through divine providence. Therefore, no one should quarrel with chance or criticize providence. Second, take a moment to examine each thing, from its seed through its growth to its eventual death. Consider what materials it is made of and how it will ultimately dissolve. Third, imagine that you could be elevated high above and, from that vantage point, observe all of human affairs. You would perceive their vast diversity while simultaneously being aware of the numerous beings, both mundane and celestial, surrounding us. Yet if you were to ascend to this height repeatedly, you would always witness the same events, marked by their uniformity and fleeting nature. Can we truly take pride in such matters? Cast aside your opinions, and you shall find peace. So, what prevents you from letting go? When you find yourself troubled by something, remember that all unfolds according to the nature of the universe, and that the injustice you perceive had a source outside yourself. This is also true. Whatever occurs has already happened, is happening, and will continue to happen everywhere. You have also forgotten how profound the connection is between every individual and the entire human race. A bond not forged by blood or lineage, but by shared intelligence. You have overlooked that the intelligence within each person is divine, an outpouring from God, and that no one truly possesses anything. Their children, their body, their very life are all gifts from God. You have also forgotten that everything is merely a matter of opinion. It is only in the present moment that one can truly live or lose. Reflect often on those who have mourned excessively over anything. Those who have reached the heights of glory or the depths of misfortune. those embroiled in feuds or other twists of fate. Then pause and ask yourself, where are they all now? Just smoke and ashes, perhaps an old story. Or maybe not even a story at all. Recall them, one by one. Fabius Catilinus in the countryside, Lucius Lupus in his gardens, Stertinius at Baiae, Tiberius at Caprae, and indeed, all who have tasted fame and earned the high regard of men. How trivial are the things we chase so eagerly. How much more fitting it is for a philosopher to present himself with justice, temperance, and humility in his designated place in the material world, embracing simplicity. Indeed, the most intolerable of all is the pride that masquerades as humility, to those who ask, where have you seen the gods, and how can you be certain of their existence enough to worship them? Respond like this. First, they are visible even to the eye, just as I cannot see my own soul, yet hold it in reverence. So too do feel the power of the gods. In this way, know they exist and worship them. The key to a safe and meaningful life lies in understanding the nature of everything around us. Discerning both the matter and form of its constitution. It is also essential to act justly with all your heart and to speak the truth. What else is left to do but cherish life, adding one good moment to another, ensuring that not a single instant is wasted? There is but one light of the sun, even though it may scatter across walls, hills, and countless other objects. There is but one common substance, despite being divided among 10,000 bodies, each possessing its own unique qualities. There is but one soul, despite being shared among a multitude of different natures and individual forms. There is only one intelligent spirit, even if it appears to be fragmented. The other aspects of these individuals, such as breath and matter, lack perception and mutual affection. Yet, they are still bound together by the intelligent spirit, drawn towards one another. Intelligence, however, has a natural inclination to connect with its kind, unyielding within its essence, while the bond of shared feeling remains intact. What do you desire? To continue living, or is it to feel or to desire? To grow, only to decay again? To speak or to think? Which of these holds true value for you? And if all of them seem unworthy, then turn your attention to the only remaining pursuit, to follow reason and align yourself with God. Now, it is repugnant to hold reverence for reason and for God while mourning the loss of these other despicable things through death. Now, how small a part of the boundless immensity of the ages is allotted to each of us? How small a part of the boundless immensity of the ages is allotted to each of us, and soon that will fade into eternity. How little do we possess of the universal substance? How minuscule is our share of the universal spirit? On what a tiny speck of the vast earth do we crawl? How is it with your ruling part? This is what truly matters. All other things, whether within or beyond our control, are merely corpses, dust, and smoke. This should spur you to disdain death. Even those who regarded pleasure as good and pain as evil, nonetheless overlooked it. To the one who believes that only what comes at the right time is truly good, who cares not whether he has acted more or less in accordance with reason, and to whom it matters not whether he observes the universe for a longer or shorter span, death holds no fear for this person. You, dear human, have lived as a citizen of this vast city. Does it really matter to you whether your time here has been 5 years or 3? What is governed by the law is just for all. So. Where lies the tragedy, if you are called to leave this city not by a tyrant or an unjust judge, but by nature herself? Nature herself, the very force that first brought you here. Much like the praetor who summons an actor to the stage and then, in due time, bids him farewell. But, you might say, have I not performed my 5 acts, merely 3? It is true. Yet in life, 3 acts are sufficient to make up the whole play. The one who determined the beginning is also responsible for the ending you now face. You bear no responsibility in either case. So, depart gracefully, for the one who dismisses you does so with kindness. The end. Thank you for listening on Audiobook Heritage. Subscribe for more timeless classics.